labeled here. Yeah, we've gone through this yesterday because all the motions are labeled. Motion number 1, motion number 2, motion number 3, 4, they're all labeled.
And the only paper copy they have is
that's what's handed out, and yeah, that's what everybody had. I just had another one.
whatever they're coming up with. I'll read them out.
You want them? You're taking over their reading of the book.
No, you can do it.
It's up to you. It does not matter if you can do the.
It's my job.
Okay.
Your guys.
Okay.
So if you want to read from that, or if you want to read from this.
Oh, this will be better because that's tiny, right?
Okay.
Yeah. We'll take these. Yeah. Yeah. I think this one is better.
Al, what you have in your hand is what you have there.
Yeah.
But it's larger.
Yeah, it's larger right here on this paper, so I'm gonna take this.
Okay.
Okay.
You're good to go.
We'll do it. We're good. We're good as long as we're not facing the crowd.
You're the man. Hey, turn your chair around. Close your eyes and turn your chairs around and be good to go. Yeah. There's not a soul here.
Your coffee, yeah.
Lots of room, Joe. Lots of room.
The speakers as they come, right? Is that
Okay, we're starting to get ready for the grand entry. Starting to get ready for the grand entry. We'll marshal at the back there. We have Joe and Dennis. There's Dennis here. Put up your hand, Dennis. There's Dennis. He's looking after the grand entry. And Joe with security. Where are you, Joe? Here, right at the back. He's helping too. Yep, chiefs will wear their bonnets. Okay. You want them to get ready now, right now? Yeah, they'll wear them. From here you see a sign that says ATM. That's where they go. Yeah. Speaker and deputy speaker say, bring your money. We'll get money out of this game. Go on. Sure.
Hi, good morning. Any of you chiefs that got your bonnets, bring them up here. We're going to smudge them, and it'll give you time to get prepared for our grand entry. So chiefs, if you got your bonnets, bring them up to the front here and put them on the table. We'll smudge them for you, and then you can grab them after we're ready for the grand entry. The grand entry is going to start at that end of that coffee machine, where you're having coffee. We're going to set up there with all of our flags, Eagle staff, chiefs, veterans, senators. We're going to all meet in the back, but we'll wait for a forum to get prepared for our grand entry, our first grand entry. The grand entry is going to come from from that corner over there, or east, on the east side of the building here, and we're going to come all the way around once and close off right here, okay? We got our singers from the Dakota First Nation and also our Dene singers. So we'll give us time and we'll get set up. We got a little while yet anyway. So any chiefs, bring your bonnets up. We'll bless them and smudge them for you. Hi. You got, that's a good idea. You got that. Our Scapusik will grab his flag and we're ready to go.
Okay. Just to let you know, while we're having the grand entry, we'll be counting delegates as they come in. After the grand entry, we'll determine how many delegates there are here to see whether we have a quorum. So that's how it will go.
Joseph. Smile. It's okay. Okay.
I have just been informed by security, very important piece of information. Whether you're a voting delegate or a visitor, you must have a tag. You must have a tag. Just to let you know, that coffee that we're serving back there is Tim Hortons. Chiefs and First Nations, can you appoint somebody from your First Nation to come up and pick up their flag for their grand entry? Chiefs, First Nations, and if your chief is not here, one of the councillors, please appoint one or come on up with yourself. Carry your flag.
Staff will be Miles, I guess.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Senator Miles, you can pick up the Eagle staff.
Which senator?
Miles. Is that good? Senator Harry, come on up. You're going to carry a staff. Senator Victor, come on up. We need council or senators to come up and grab a flag. We're going to get ready.
They might be a little tired to carry it, so just ask them. Maybe younger, maybe younger.
Yeah. We're going to meet at the, where the security guard is waving there. So that's where the flag bearers are going to be standing by, okay? We need members from your community, come and get a flag. Appoint one of your elders or your
right now. I'm Argentina, stay home. I'm Argentina, stay home. Even the treaty, wait, I know it's a wedge.
big head.
Over there. Right there. Do you need somebody for the treaty A2? Yes. Treaty A.
Senators, please come and get a treaty flag. Senators, those who can. Senators, come on, get a treaty flag for the grand entry. Yeah, for the treaty flag.
Take it.
Montreal League and Orange. Montreal League, Orange, and Peter Ball.
Montreal Lake, Peter Ball. We need a member.
And Orange.
And Larange. Chief, we need a placard.
Another senator. Now. Over here. We're back there now.
Chiefs, you can come and get your bonnets. Chiefs, come and get your bonnets. Get ready for grand entry. Meet you in the back where the flags are. The way we're going to go is Eagle staff, Chiefs, and then the flags. Eagle staff first, followed by the head hard lot, and followed by chiefs, all chiefs.
Montreal.
Who's that one? Peter Ball?
Yeah, Peter Ball.
Peter Valentine, we need a flag carrier. Who is that?
PAGC.
No, that's that. Side standing, legal staff. Senators, side standing. Give it to, I'll get, Burns, send it to Burns. Oh. We need a couple more to carry the treaty flags. Grand Council. Abel Charles, get up here. Come carry us. Come here. Yeah, you. There's one here, Abel Charles, give him a.
Which one? 36?
Treaty. Treaty. Give Abel that treaty. Okay, the way we're going to go is Eagle staff, followed by the chiefs and the flags. So we're just about ready to go here. We're going to have our singers from Peyton to bring in the grand entry.
That's the one that ladies have quorum. We have quorum? Okay,
We have quorum?
we have quorum.
So we have quorum, so we can get going with our grand entry. I'll leave it.
Yeah, after the ground.
We'll count for quorum after the grand entry. So we'll bring in the grand entry. Skapeusek, are we ready? I'd like to thank the elders. My name is Dennis Anderson. I come from James Smith. I'm looking after the elders and the ceremonial part of the meetings. And I welcome you all to the meetings, the fall assembly. And this morning we're going to start off with our grand entry. This morning we had our pipe ceremony. We prayed and things that go good for you people in your meetings. We prayed for your families back home. We prayed for everybody that would impact in the meetings today. And we prayed that chiefs and council will have a good 2 days here. Kinanaskam Tingakia, Ginaskama, Gite, Akote, Pitute, Sekota. Kinanaskama at Noma, come now, Gista. So, welcome everybody. Are we ready to stop? How? I'm going to ask everybody to please rise as we bring in the grand entry. The Wapayton Dakota First Nation Singers. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing our youth staff, senators, Rick. Oh, thank you. First, can I ask you Martin Doctor, get there? Can I ask you about Koge? Che per tutta la cosa. Ma te per visi, ma te te magano questo che. Questo non è stato non sta now, come some now. We ask the Great Spirit to guide us and help us in the journeys that we're pursuing today. Oh, can I ask something? At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask our head elder, Lauren Wadidika, to pray for the meetings, to pray for things, get the meetings to go well. All of our elders, all the kids that we left behind, all of our people that are back home. We ask that he pray for those people. How? How? And we remain standing and we'll sing the flag song, the honor song, right? Flag song, ladies and gentlemen. Flag carriers, raise your flags. Thank you for the flag song. Now, we're going to have the Dene singer do the victory song. The victories of many of our First Nations. Ahow. That's a beautiful song, ladies and gentlemen. The sound of victory. Sounds of victory for many of our people back home. The victories that we have as leaders. The victories that we have as having a grandmother stand beside us. The victories that we have as our grandfathers are still with us. And the many sick people that are home. We pray for the victory that they come home to be back home with us. The many blessings that we all pray for would come to be a good answer from our Creator, from the Blessed One that give us life. Dance for victory, my friends. Dance for victory. The flag bearers, could the flag bearers turn around this way? The flag bearers from right here, go that way, and there's a guy meeting you that way. Give the flag to the security at the end, you guys, right here. The flag carriers, chiefs, you can stay there for a while, and we'll... Is he gonna come shake hands? Al. The staff, or Scapeo, pick up the staff. The staff, bring them to the side over here, okay, sorry. Okay, see if we can shake hands and with each other and place your bonnets. So thank the chiefs and everybody that carried the flags. And have a good, beautiful meeting. And we have a pipe ceremony again at 4 o'clock. Pipe ceremony tomorrow morning. This time I'll turn the floor over to the speakers. Hi, hi.
Here, guys. Oh, that's it. That works for other things.
Hi, hi. Memorial for Fred, our elder, for a penny. Not sure what time. Get a program at the front, at the back there, okay?
So just hang around?
Isn't it trouble? How's your dad?
It's good.
Haven't seen him for a long time.
Oh, I think his new job is
Thank you. What a beautiful ceremony. Gives you a sense of how important the event that we're in is. The prayer, the whole ceremony is a symbol of how much respect we have for what's happening here today. Thank you, Dennis, and to all your helpers, Joe, security, and the gentleman moving the table up here right now. Now is the important part. We want to get our assembly in progress. And in order to do that, we are counting the delegates. We need 140 delegates for quorum, and we have it. Yay, way to go, you made it. That shows the dedication and commitment of each chief, council, First Nation, and their delegates. Thank you. Thank you so much. During every election, every assembly, there are two parts to our assembly. One is the reporting, where each one of our departments are responsible for knowing their department and what they do well enough to give the information. We'll be doing that. Plus budget reporting. Then we have the second part, which is the election. But for the reporting, we have two people. Rose Paquette is your chief. Wait. Who's? No. The speaker is Rose Paquette, the speaker. The deputy speaker is Rosalie Settee. Just wouldn't register in my mind. Rosalie Settee, okay. So I'm going to call the deputy speaker to the podium and give it to her. Rosalie Settee. Give her a big hand. They're nervous, but they want to do this and they want it to go well. Rosalie and Rose. Rosalie, come on up.
Okay. So, I'm doing this okay. Alrighty. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Assembly. This morning, I will be reading the agenda and the order of the Assembly, and then I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda. So, for this morning, we will have the Senator's address to the Assembly. We will have Senator Craig Bighead, Senator Hector Kelther, and then we'll have the opening remarks, Vice Chief Justin Halcrow of the Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. We will have the Grand Chief Brian Hardlot of the Prince Albert Grand Council, Anita Peranto of PAGC Women's Commission, Cindy Woodhouse, National Chief of AFN, and we will have the Vice Chief E. Dutch Larat of the FSIN. We will have Don Cody, City of Prince Albert, Patrick Noge, Chief of Police, and Farika Prince, Deputy Chief of the Police. And then we'll have the swearing-in ceremony of the PAGC senators. So Senator Cy Standing of the Wahpeton Dakota Nation, Senator Caroline Isidore of the Fond du Lac Dene Sulene First Nation, and review of the Assembly procedures, that would be Rose Paquette and myself, Office of the Speaker, Rules of the Assembly, Resolution, and Resolution Procedure. And then we'll have the PADC Management Co-Financial Statements, and Jean Durr will be taking over that. And PADC Management Financial Statements, Keith Bonstad, and PADC Management Appointment of Auditors, Jean Durr, Director of Finance. So these will be making the motions throughout the Assembly. Prince Albert Grand Council 2024 Annual Report Presentation, Al Ducharme is Executive Director. And then we will break for lunch, and we'll have tributes and moment of silence during the lunch break. And Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership 2024 Annual Report Presentation. Jeff Gay will take that one, Corporate Executive Officer. Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership Audited Financial Statements, Keith Bonstad, MNP, LLP. And we will continue on with Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements, Keith Bonstad as well for that one. And then we will have reading of the PAGC Women's Commission Act, Anita Peranto and Irene Saferling, hope I pronounced that right. And then we'll have, that is a reading of the agenda from where we will begin to end for us. And I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda. So motion number 1 reads, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 28, 2024. So the adoption of the agenda is moved that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve and adopt the agenda for October 28th and 29th, 2024 as presented. So do I have a mover? We have a mover there. Is that a chief or? Yeah? Okay. Do we have somebody recording that?
Chief Constant.
Chief Constant?
James Smith.
Is a mover? Chief Constant? James Smith? Okay. And do we have a seconder? Okay. Chief Ronnie Auger for a seconder? A Fond du Lac, sorry. Yep, okay. And all in favor to adopt the agenda for today? Call question? Oh, okay. Just hang on. Okay. Sorry, we need some counters for all in favor, right?
All in favor, leave up your hands.
Okay. So for the ones who are all in favor, can you leave your hands up because we've got some counters going around? Thank you.
When it's done, if it's passed, tell me that the agenda is ready for discussion.
Okay. Call question. What did you say? What did
That's
you
okay.
mean? Okay. They'll call for questions? Yeah, they will, right? Okay. Dina, do I know, yeah, do I say, is there anyone to call for question? Do I say that, or? Huh? Okay. Yeah, you leave it to me to mess up already.
You're doing good.
This has to be mine. Yep. 93 in favor? Okay. So I've got 93 in favor. Do we have any opposed? So we got nobody opposed? Yep. Okay, just hang on. So I've got nobody opposed, 0 for opposed. Any abstentions? We've got one abstention. Okay. Hi there. Did you want to speak to your abstention? Chief Wadidika of Wapayton, did you want to speak to your abstention?
Yes.
Okay.
Just want to acknowledge and give thanks to the Creator for the day. I want to also acknowledge the chiefs around the table, delegates and the Senate elders, and everyone here. I've abstained And I recognize year over year, we have different speakers. And sometimes we overstep certain things. What we just voted on, the vote was on the agenda from the grand entry and pipe ceremony this morning. And at the end of the day will end with the Bobby Bird Scholarship Awards. And because we left out the reading of the Election Act, declaration of nominations, and the PAGC candidate speeches from your vote this morning. That's why I abstained. Thank you.
Yeah. Not all. He told me just to read up to here. All? Oh, okay. Okay. Alrighty. Okay.
She's supposed to read the whole agenda. Pardon? No, that's the whole agenda you're adopting for the today.
So do you want me to read over it all? Okay, already. Okay. Sorry, I kind of cut off the part where I am supposed to read all of the agenda. There was miscommunication there. So I will begin with where I left off. So we will have the Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship Awards, Edward Morasti, PAGC Education from the Bird family. Reading of the PAGC Election Act, Sections 18 to 20, Chief Electoral Officer Simon Jobe, Deputy Electoral Officer Harold Burns, and to declare nominations open, Chief Electoral Officer Simon Jobe, Deputy Electoral Officer Harold Burns, and then PAGC candidate speeches, Chief Electoral Officer Simon Jobe. So at 6 p.m. we'll have the Women's Commission banquet at Plaza 88. You can contact Cheryl Kimbley for tickets for that. And then for day 2, Tuesday, October 29, 2024, at 8 a.m. we'll have the pipe ceremony, followed by opening prayer by Senator James Burns. Polls open for Athabasca Vice Chief election. Chief Electoral Officer Simon Jobe will take care of that as well. And then at 12 p.m., polls closed. Results of the first ballot announced. Lunch. And announcement of second and subsequent ballots as required. Declaration of election of the Athabasca Vice Chief, Prince Albert Grand Council. Oath of office for the elected Athabasca Vice Chief, Senator Hector Kelther will. And then honoring the elected Athabasca Vice Chief, Athabasca drummers, Wahpeton drummers, prayer song, traditional bonnet ceremony, honor song, victory song with presentation of the star blanket, and then we will have a closing prayer by Senator Cy Standing. So that was, we made the motion to adopt the agenda. Thank you for that, for your, Chief John Wadidika, for letting me know to finish that. So we're good? Okay, are we okay to move and the seconder? Okay, are you okay with the reading of the entire agenda? We can move along? Seconder, yes? Thank you. We're good? Call the question? No? So, the motion is on the floor. Is there anybody who wanted to add or speak to the agenda? Call to question? Question? Question called. All in favor?
We're waiting for the count.
Okay, we're good?
No, we're waiting for the count.
Okay. What do I tell them that it's passed?
Tell them the vote, the count was whatever, and it's passed.
Okay. We will proceed.
All in favor already? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
We did that already, didn't we? Yeah, we're just called. So 145 in favor? Yeah, right there, 145.
Okay,
In favor?
go ahead.
So 145 in favor?
Yeah, the agenda is
Okay. So the agenda is passed and the count was 145. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Rosalie. I'm going to call Chief Speaker of the Assembly, Rose Paquette. Rose, the agenda is yours.
Thank you, Rosalie, and good morning, everyone. We are now doing the Senator address to the Assembly by Senator Craig Bighead and Senator Hector Cowther. So I would like to call upon Craig Bighead.
Good morning. Just put my water here in case I die of thirst.
Testing.
Good morning. Nigan, kitatam skat no gakyo. I say, tanse, hello. Nigan, I notinanaskomau. Kimantum now, our Creator, for this wonderful, giving us this wonderful day. So I am Craig Bighead, Senator for Prince Albert Grand Council. Also, I'd like to nanaskomog ksenoag akbiopinatik to spagana this morning. I'd like to thank the elders for lifting up the pipe this morning. And also, I'd like to thank elders, or Senator Victor Echoed for the prayers, and also Elder Lorne Wadidaka for this morning during our grand entry. Also the Wapayton Drum Group. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank at this time, of course, our MC, Al Descharme, and our Speaker, Ruth Paquette, and Deputy Speaker, Rosalie Satie. Thank you. First of all, good morning, elders, youth, chiefs, and councillors. The Women's Commission, PAGC executive and staff, delegates, both PAGC and FSIN that are here. Also, the candidates that are here for both PAGC and FSIN. I see them around here. And I guess all the dignitaries that are here this morning, His Worship, Mayor Craig Dion, good morning. And I guess I should mention the other ones here quickly. Of course, Vice Chief Justin Halcrow, I guess, is here. Grand Chief Brian Hardlott, Anita Perano, Women's Commission, Cindy Woodhouse, not sure if she's here, Vice Chief Dutch from FSIN, and of course the Mayor, also the Police Chief and Deputy Police Chief are here, and I'd like to mention Emery McKenzie, our RCMP. She worked at Grand Council for a few years. Congratulate her. And I guess that's it for the acknowledgements. But anyway, I'd like to mention a little bit about our roles as senators. The roles of the senators subject to the PAGC Act and the PAGC Convention. They hold their office as a result of appointment by their respective First Nation. The role of senators is advisory. Provide advice to the Council of Chiefs and PAGC Executive on matters of customary law, governance, and the spirit and intent of treaties. The protection, promotion, and implementation of treaty obligations and intergovernmental relations. Maintain and advocate for the duty of crowns and consult and accommodate where First Nations may be adversely impacted by decisions. That involves traditional lands and resources, health, language, education, child welfare, justice, economic development, tech services, citizenship, and other treaty obligations also. Homeless. So these are some of the duties of the PG senators. There's more, but just to kind of touch up on them. So with that, I will leave you with that, and a reminder for everybody to get your vaccines done as soon as possible, as COVID is on the rise again. So, and also just a little plug for your fuel needs and chicken needs. TP is just over here. But anyway, I'd like to thank you. I would say, thank you and have a good day.
I would like to call up Senator Hector Calter.
Let's see. Good morning to you. Masi Salut I'd like to say a few words in my own language, where Dena people
Tell you do Johnny Dilsey. Not Lee. Another time of the assembly. Nuni Atiana did, and I saw Black Lake, Phone Lake, 3 bands, didn't I? Or you and I, Nuka ho, I another. Neat out, 2 dao, Ticha did out, E Taquin, E Bullinde, another. Let's stand do the hold on, there's some senators or elders from Downland, Abegod. It does a lot. Black Lego phone Lago, Bonano, Darcy, Neo, 2, youth, then I go there do, or test day. We got that. Each community hold in. Then I go there do, no receive at the answer. Hodonil Canada Zansalot need another. Do you not listen? I've been there. No, I get category unit. Will you write? It does a lot in the. I don't know, she's yet other John was she. What is a kind of robot Nissan another day? You, in those nearest, so what can I do? Attack when? It's out the center. You, I got that out there, and it gets bad in. When zoom at the 8 kilo, I saw that out now. Won't it as a Danus connected and no Cadan extra. What Gile there? No, when I guess another. Madame Assishalot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chiefs, councillors, elders, this morning, I'd like to thank the Creator. Give us another beautiful day today. Tomorrow is never promising, so I'd like to say that to the Creator, thank you every morning. That's the first thing we have to remember. Tomorrow is never promising. Today, I won't say much about what my fellow senator said. Yes, he was right, what we are here for. I was survivor to residential from 50s, but I made it through a hard time. But I'm standing right here. That I'd like to thank the Creator that I made it through since 50s. My fellows, we have to look forward from our members, children out there, the youth. What's starving is drug and alcohol. Back home, that's a big problem with us. It's like every week we have a funeral. That's not what we want. We want a better for them for the future. Take over us. Right here, chiefs, councillors, elders. But right now, the drug and alcohol is disturbing our communities. Very bad time back home. Not only back home, but I understand there's all reserves are like that, but that will never be. That's a lot in the unquestioned. No, there was only question. I can't come, I can't alone. So, fellow, so lot in him. Hotela Elenak, then on at Hadanganot, Handa Hotela Ile. Just only then a Hotela Ile. At other. At any line, Nuni was no died delivery at Siwani, need the noon well known Nanaka, not over Nali, Kyle Gehans. That do not chief and council, I want to thank my chief, counselor from back home. They're trying the best to where they deserve. I'm pretty sure you all chiefs will like that. Dat mag je salute en I do het niet. Ik ga nu jou, ik ben naar Triulgi. Daar ga ik.
Okay, so now for opening remarks, I would like to call upon Vice Chief Justin Helcrow, Peter Ballantyne, First Nations, to come up for opening remarks.
Turn this way up. Good morning, Nistam. Manamaga Nistama Maru, Tau Manu Nanas, Komakotak, Sera, Midaguat. Hagagon, Midotaruti, Aquata, Gistapenani. Tamiska, Minotan, Uspana, Spanish, Kigaship. Our ship, our sticky, our ship, our sticky, Kigaship. Justin Halcrow, Stigas, and Wapawasika Nicholson. First of all, good morning. I want to acknowledge our pipe carriers this morning for lifting up the pipe. Our drum group from the Dene Nation and the Wapaitan, I believe Wapaitan Nation, thank you. I also want to acknowledge our elders, our veterans, our senators, the chiefs around the table, and the council as well, and all the delegates and everyone in attendance. Welcome to Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly. We are, as you know, we're located on the Treaty 6 territory, home of the Swampy Cree, Woodland Cree, Plains Cree, and the Dene Nations. On behalf of the Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, I want to acknowledge everyone here and welcome you to Prince Albert. Last night, I didn't know what to say this morning, and it was a rough night for me personally, so I didn't know what to talk about this morning. As most of you are aware, my wife's been dealing with ailments in the past 5 years now. I took a term off in 2021, and she gave me the support to run again in 2024. A lot of times, the leadership forget the greatest foundation is our spouses that support our places as leaders. Without their support, we wouldn't be able to lead our nation. So I want to acknowledge our spouses, our partners out there that give us the support to lead our people. I wasn't sure. My wife was very ill last night. I wanted to go home and be with her. But she told me, our people need you. Stay there. I can handle this. I have a mom. I have sisters to help me. So I stayed back, and here I am. And I wanted to acknowledge everybody in leadership. It's not an easy position. So a lot of times, it's a lot of people attack us, even within our own First Nations. They think we can solve everything and anything, but that's not the case. It took 200 years to get to where we are. through, the Confederation and its policies. It'll take about that long to come away from that and lead our people in a good way. And I hope we have a very good couple days here, and also in Saskatoon. I love you all. Thank you for showing up to this very important assembly. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tinigi.
Thank you, Vice Chief. As you know, this assembly traditionally takes place on Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation Reserve, but with the burning of the Allen Bird Memorial Center, that can't happen. Nevertheless, this is the traditional and ancestral land of Peter Ballantyne and Treaty 6. Therefore, we always start our agenda with Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. So thank you, Vice Chief. One of the things that brings me to the podium is one request, and so we hadn't prepared our speaker for what we have to do here, but we have a request to change the agenda in terms of the speakers and when they appear. We have the national chief here, Cindy Woodhouse, and we would like to have her speak next, and that's for some personal and for professional reasons, and we don't need to talk about those, but we would like to do that. So I would like to ask the mover, the seconder, and the delegates here if that's all right to do it. And if it's all right to change the agenda, please raise your hand. And if we have a quorum to do that, or if we have enough to do that, we'll change the agenda just to move the mover and the seconder, if it's okay with you and with the delegates. Chief Constant, it's okay with you. Chief Auger. Chief Auger. Chief Auger, I don't see him. Yeah. Okay. Looking for another mover, seconder. And Chief Corrine has done that. We have a mover and a seconder. All in favor, please raise your hand, please. Are we counting? Won't take a minute, please. Good. How many? Just give me a number. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. The number is 137, so we are good. We only asked for one change to the agenda, which has already been accepted. You have accepted the change in order. Thank you very much. I'm going to call the Grand Chief to the podium to introduce our next guest. Grand Chief.
I'm doing my comments too. Thank you, Al. Dan sigit na to timit no ako magante. Say lanete. Wash statement done. Anots kaksipa ya ki na naskoma na mamay go tayo no. We'll thank our Creator for giving us a beautiful morning. Mina nage tagis to go kum panawag kamusom panawag kaya go nagis to nagtanan naskoma go. We will thank our grandmothers or grandfathers here this morning. Let's thank the pipe carriers for the ceremony that we did this morning, praying for our loved ones that we left behind in our communities, and also for our assembly, to have a good assembly. I want to thank the two drum groups here from Wapayton and also the far north. Thank you very much for beautiful, beautiful grand entry songs. I want to acknowledge you, the chiefs. You're starting from over here, the Athabasca sector, and going to my right in the Woodland sector, and then to the Southern Dakota sector, and going over here to the Eastern sector. I acknowledge you all, chiefs, with their band counselors. Kita suit ni mo. Kita tamiskatnan. Kita na kapi no so nagik. To all the delegates here, we acknowledge you and we thank you. Mina, the Women's Commission. The Women's Commission that they've elected a new Women's Commission chair. We acknowledge you. Let's not forget and let's acknowledge our veterans. Samagan siya anak to the veterans. We acknowledge you. Our special guest here this morning, the National Chief. Let's acknowledge her. Let's give her a hand, ladies and gentlemen, for being in our assembly. Also to the Mayor, who's sitting over there. Mayor, we acknowledge you. Greg Dion. To the Police Chief. If you can stand up, Patrick. That's Patrick Najee, the Police Chief of the Prince Albert Police Service. Let's acknowledge him and let's thank him for working with us, working with our chiefs, working with us. Also, Deputy Police Chief Erica Prince, if you can stand. From Sioux Valley, ladies and gentlemen, Indigenous Police Chief in the Prince Albert Police Service. Thank you for your service. Emery, where's Emery? I won't say burning grass. Oh, I just said. Okay, Emery back there, Constable Emery. Give her a hand. And also over there, Wanda. Oh, Wanda McKenzie, head of Indigenous Policing. And I seen the other police officers here, if you can wave. Okay, thank you very much. So we acknowledge you, everybody here. Hopefully I did not forget anybody. Okay, if I've forgotten about you, come and approach me later. So I just want to welcome you. I'm going to make this short. I just want to welcome you to your Prince Albert Grand Council, to your assembly. We've been doing this for over 40 years. Every year we do this assembly. I just thank you and welcome you to our assembly. And you have left your communities. And I know some of them, your communities, they're going to be burying your loved ones that we've lost. So that's, like Vice Chief Halcrow mentioned. We're going to be doing another tribute here later, but very quickly, if you can stand and just have a moment of silence for our loved ones that we've lost through the year. Okay, and pray and pray. Just a moment of silence. Oh, thank you. I'm going to make it short, but I'm going to ask one question to the leadership here. Who ate lots of moose meat this fall? Hands up. Right on. Who killed a moose? The providers. Hands up. I'm going to get my hands down. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, so again, let's have a good assembly. Let's work in unity. And I think that's what our pipe carriers, our elders want. For us, for the Prince Albert Grand Council to work in unity. All those important treaty areas, let's work together going forward here. I'm going to do a quick introduction here to the National Chief. And I got a bio here. It's 2 pages long. Oh, National Chief here, Cindy Woodhouse. Nipinak. Cindy was elected in the AFN Assembly last December 2023 and member to the Pene-Motang First Nation, situated on Treaty 2 territory located in Manitoba, kind of the central Manitoba. And Cindy is a mother of 3 children, Jade, Kyler, and Colt. And she's been involved in First Nations politics her whole life. Wow. And she grew up as a chief's daughter and wholeheartedly understand all our First Nations issues, past and present. Let's give a big hand to Cindy Woodhouse, National Chief, Assembly of First Nations. Chiefs, thank you. You can say for my part, kinanash ko mitna, tinige, Mercy Joe, Pedabia. Thank you. Hi.
Well, thank you. Chimigwach, apachikachinendum, akanakabi jayan omanungum. Cindy Woodhouse, Dijnakas, Pene-Motang Dunji. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Cindy Woodhouse Nipinak, and I married another Treaty 2 man, and we live in Manitoba. Well, we've raising our children in Manitoba. I do live in Ottawa during the weeks now, and I want to thank you for welcoming me here today. I grew up on a First Nation community in Manitoba with my father, and my grandfather in 1871 signed Treaty Number 2 with many other leaders in our territory, and we have a lot of unfinished treaty business. I do have relatives right here. I see Chief Christine. My relatives originate from Sturgeon Lake, and my aunt, my dad's sister, married a man from there, and they had 4 children. They now have 2 left in the community, and I have relatives right here in your territory. So I want to thank you for welcoming me here today. I want to thank you also for accommodating me. I know my staff are looking at me like we're going to miss a flight, but we'll make it. Somehow we'll make it, and we're back to Ottawa today, but I just had to come and show you honor and be here and talk to all of you. I know when Grand Chief had invited me that I couldn't refuse. I said to my staff, I'm like, make sure we get there. And so early this morning at 6 a.m., we got on a flight to come here and see all of you beautiful people. And they almost didn't let me on the plane because they were trying to take my headdress again. And it was new Canadians, right? So they said, well, what is that? I said, well, it's my headdress. Well, what is that? I said, like your turban, so you're not taking it. So we had, I made it here. I want to also chimigwech for acknowledging our loved ones. I send my condolences to the Saskatchewan First Nations on the passing of Chief Ben. I also want to know that we're all in mourning as we mourn my dear friend, late Grand Chief Kathy Merrick. And it always serves as a reminder to all of us, every one of you in this room that serve First Nations people, to take care of yourselves, to be gentle with yourselves, and to be gentle with each other, because we don't know how long, we know that Creator calls us home when he wants to call us home, but just to say that we all try and take care of each other, love each other. I want to acknowledge and welcome all chiefs, council members, elders, senators, the mayor of Prince Albert. So nice to see you here. What a difference, you don't really see mayors in chiefs' assemblies very often, and that's starting to change. And I'm glad that we're all here witnessing that. Elders, senators, the chief of police, and of course my childhood friend, who I lived with briefly, Farrakha Prince. I'm so proud of you, girl. Yeah, to see a First Nations woman rise through the ranks. And I kind of said to her when we walked in, I said, how are we the old girls in the room now? We used to be the young ones. Yeah. The Women's Commission, the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nation, I acknowledge you. And of course, Grand Chief Hardlot, Vice Chief Job. I also want to acknowledge your Deputy Speaker, Rosalie. I know that you're feeling a little less confident today, but you're going to be okay. Eventually, you'll just do these like nothing, and you're going to be fine. So. I want to acknowledge Treaty 6 territory. I want to acknowledge the drum, the pipe carriers this morning, and everybody for praying for us to get where we are today. It's such an honor to be here. I've been to Saskatchewan a few times now during my first year. Poundmaker was my first destination after being elected, and I want to thank and acknowledge them. I know they're not from here, they're from down south, but I want to acknowledge them because they did invite me over. I'm glad to be back regularly to listen to the chiefs, to the councillors, and to work on advance the priorities that chiefs have identified for all of us. It was great to see many Saskatchewan First Nations attend our annual General Assembly in July and the Special Chiefs Assembly most recently this month in Calgary. With high levels of participation and enthusiasm at all levels, it is great to see the AFN alive and well and full of passion for the right reasons. We've seen that last week in Calgary. Our assembly has come a long way over the past year, and we're focused on real issues now, which is what we should be doing, talking about issues, talking about trying to advance and move forward in a good way together. And we should be energized by diverse opinions and not threatened by them. We are an assembly that's unified behind a common belief that First Nations families should be empowered to care for their own children. And we are united by a mutual belief that Canada will not realize its full potential until the full power of our First Nations economy is unleashed. Over the past year, we have been going nonstop, making up for lost time and working on so many important files: policing, housing, clean water, child welfare, education, economic reconciliation, and the calls for justice and the calls to action. I'll touch on a couple of those today on policing and public safety. All chiefs, as we know, are struggling with this. Communities are struggling with this. And as we saw earlier this year with the coroner's inquiry, perhaps none other than the James Smith Cree Nation, we want to again recognize your community's strength in honoring the innocent victims of this mass incident in Canadian history. I don't even want to say it, it's so hard. And you inspire us to keep fighting for a better deal on First Nations policing in this country. The Saskatchewan Coroner's report on the tragedy confirmed what we have all known for a long time, that the status quo on policing is costing First Nations lives. At our Special Chiefs Assembly earlier this month in Calgary, we took a moment to remember John Wells. John was a member of the Blood Tribe, a well-known rodeo competitor. He was a member of the Sacred Horn Society, which is a really high honor in their territory. John also took the time to learn how to bring back the buffalo to his people. And this takes a special person to be like John, to learn those teachings. And it's sad that he had been taken from our people so soon. John was one of 9 First Nations people in less than 1 month who had died in the custody of colonial police forces across the country. We let John's family know we'll never stop fighting in his name. His mother was at our assembly, and others that died in the custody of the colonial police forces. Until First Nations policing is finally legislated and fully funded as an essential service in this country. We will have more discussions with the minister over the next month. I talked to him all summer. We've been talking, but I believe that we are building momentum in this area and on this issue, and we need to create a working group to advance this issue. The minister had committed that to us, and I think that we have to begin that process of starting to work through some of that. I know it's going to be a a tough issue to work through, but we have to start. There's too many communities waiting. And speaking of momentum on that issue, a recent assembly on Treaty 7 territory ignited a new discussion regarding Canada's racist child welfare system. I'd like to talk for a moment about our most precious resource, our children. Like policing, the status quo for Canada's First Nations child welfare system continues to create significant harm to our people. As the first mother to be a national chief, I know it's one of the most important and passionate discussions that we can ever have, because it's about our kids that continue to be taken off reserve, away from our languages, away from our culture, away from our families. For too many years, we have been fighting in the courts to fix a racist child welfare system that picked up right where residential schools left off. We're in the midst of it. And because of our unity in this fight, we reached a historic turning point in 2023 with what was at the time the largest compensation settlement in the history of this country. Together unified, we secured a $23 billion compensation agreement. We want to lift up all those leaders that have paved the way for this moment to happen, and the representative plaintiffs. We owe them a debt of gratitude for their resilience. They have been pillars of strength for the thousands of First Nations children and families who experience discrimination and who continue to experience discrimination. With the court's approval in June, we expect claim forms to be distributed early in 2025, very early. I'm going to be meeting with that group tomorrow to push for that, right? And so we'll make sure that these payments go out as quickly as possible. Even with the $23 billion compensation settlement, we know there was more work to do. In February, we celebrated a historic victory at the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of Canada's Act regarding First Nations children and families. We lift up National Chief Perry Bellegarde for his leadership in getting this act done. With their ruling in February, the top court acknowledged Canada's constitution allows pathways to recognize First Nations' inherent rights. For too long, the provinces have obstructed this recognition. They now must acknowledge First Nations jurisdiction and the paramountcy of our laws, because it's not always been like this for our children. Problems with First Nations child welfare did not start with us. This is something that was done to us. Prior to contact, First Nations, and since time immemorial, have kept our children well, healthy, balanced with the land, with our language, and with our waters. It has been since residential schools, day schools, the 60s scoop, that we have seen the assault on First Nations women, mothers, fathers, and children through the child welfare system. It's a sad situation, and it's a black eye in this country. We estimate 300,000 First Nations people are directly affected. That means that every family has been harmed by this racist child welfare system, one way or another. Sadly, the problem is getting worse. Last year, Canada set a new record for the number of First Nations children in government custody. So as significant as the Supreme Court's February's decision was on jurisdiction, sustainable funding remained unaddressed. We had 19 billion for reform, but we knew that we needed more, so we went back to the table and we kept talking until July. That's when we completed the draft agreement with Canada that guaranteed a minimum of 47.8 billion for long-term reform over the next 10 years. We want to recognize the leadership that stepped forward on that, the co-plaintiffs, all those people you seen speak last week, they're still in court. They set a historic minimum for all chiefs to work up from. At October's Special Assembly in last week in Calgary, chiefs from across the country came together to discuss the agreement. And I want to say how proud I am of the chiefs, the leadership, the council, everybody that was there for coming forward and talking about a better way for our children. It wasn't an easy discussion. The dialogue triggered personal experience from many important perspectives from many First Nations from right across this country. In the end, the Assembly sent a message loud and clear to all governments that more needs to be done to correct this historic injustice. As a result, I've notified the federal government of the AFN's new mandate. Through a letter that I sent to the minister last week, we have called on Canada to also obtain a new negotiation mandate. We have scheduled a meeting of our AFN executive later this week to discuss next steps and offered to support, of course, the Ontario chiefs as they consider next steps as co-plaintiffs. And why they were there is because AFN and, of course, the Caring Society started in 2007. And then I think in 2009, the Chiefs of Ontario had intervened. And then, of course, the Anishinaabe Oski Nation intervened a little bit later on remote and isolated communities. And, you know, there's all these people at the table. So in 2016, then the court ruled that there was discrimination. So we have a long way to go. But for generations, governments imposed colonial laws to redefine us. And I think now we can start to define ourselves based on the feedback from last week's assembly. I think that's starting to happen. And I really believe that the fuse was lit and the status quo is now being examined in a new way. The right questions are starting to be asked. Everywhere we have traveled, in my first 10 months as your national chief, First Nations have said it's time to empower our families to care for our children. We hear constantly that it is time to put First Nations in charge once and for all. And you have the tools, chiefs, you know, and don't let them, even though this agreement didn't pass last week, don't let them give you any less as you're negotiating your own laws, your own jurisdiction as you move forward. And that you start questioning the province about where all of that is going, because it's a dark black hole, you know, that's just never ending, that they can fund and fund and fund a First Nation child to take our children from us. And I know that we're starting to question that and we're starting to talk about it. And I'm really proud of all of us a week ago that we were able to have that conversation. It's not an easy conversation, but it was absolutely necessary to kick that door open and start talking about it and start asking questions if we're on the right path. You know, sometimes these things are not easy to talk about, like residential schools, and that we don't do that to our little children again, that we start to push back. The same can be said for First Nations economies in this country, and particularly in Saskatchewan. Since its founding, Canada and the provinces have divided up the national resources and the rights to do business by issuing licenses for forestry, fisheries, agriculture, mining, and oil and gas, to name a few. At no time were First Nations considered as partners in business. Instead, poverty and the restraint of trade were centerpieces of the Indian Act. Economic reconciliation has been a big part of our work, not just as a moral and legal obligation for Canada, but because it is a strategic advantage for this country. Empowering First Nations unlocks a wealth of potential and innovation that will drive Canada's collective prosperity and economic growth. The empowerment begins with implementing the United Nations Declaration, which supports nation building and positions First Nations as the key drivers in developing solutions. On the infrastructure gap, we need to start with the basics. Closing Canada's First Nations infrastructure gap is an essential aspect of laying the foundation for economic growth. To thrive, First Nations must have access to clean water, quality housing, reliable policing, good roads, good schools, and high-speed internet. In April, the AFN and the Government of Canada reported on the status of Canada's commitment to close the current infrastructure gap by 2030. They concluded an investment of $349 billion is still needed to meet this goal. We must not stop. We have to keep pushing them. Second, we need to decolonize the Canadian economy. This means our First Nations governments and our people need to be entitled to an allocation of federal and provincial licenses related to all aspects of the economy. Third, the $5 billion First Nations Loan Guarantee Program that was announced earlier this year, the federal government announced in April 2024, must be expanded. While we acknowledge this innovation as a step in the right direction, the investment pales to the opportunity. Over the next decade, $560 billion of projects, primarily in the resource sector, are forecasted to be launched in the traditional lands of First Nations in this country. To realize the potential of these nation-building opportunities, First Nations to fully create wealth on their territories, for the first time in Canadian history, the loan guarantees should be in the range of $100 billion, not $5 billion. We're glad for the start. We need $100 billion. The benefit of these projects advancing is in the trillions of dollars and will be the cornerstone of the economy in the decades to come. When it comes to procurement, I know it's always tough. Fourth, we have to finally address the government's loose standards on First Nations identity for accessing business programs and procurement opportunities. These non-enforced standards are damaging to Canadians and to First Nations. Properly deployed, these programs are of benefit to our newly emerging economies, and we want them protected. Simply put, to be recognized for procurement in this country, the entrepreneur or the company must be from a First Nation, and the First Nation must know them as one of their own. Without a connection to the community, there is no benefit to the communities. Finally, when it comes to education, We know the most effective way to sustain the success of a First Nation economy is to invest in education and skills training for our people. We have been listening to the recent debate regarding immigration and hearing universities and colleges lament the loss of international students. But why not fill these spaces with our First Nations youth? Why not create opportunities for First Nations children coming out of government care? Why not train more First Nations to be doctors, nurses, and researchers? And those are things that we have to ask the Government of Canada. I'm going to cut this down a little bit, but as busy as we have been in 2024, we are just getting started. In 2025, it will mark 10 years since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission released their calls to action. How far have we come? We will fight for the return of our stolen artifacts, and I know we haven't talked about this too much. We're just beginning the very infancy stages of working with the Vatican, working with officials, and working with residential school survivors across the country. I've been talking to people like Phil Fontaine and others, and holding governments accountable for their actions, but also making sure that we get back what they took from us. So another thing that'll be happening in 2025, there'll be a federal election. I know you're in election mode today, where First Nations voices and votes will matter. And don't be scared when people come to your door to ask them the hard questions for First Nations. What are they doing for First Nations? Every single political party at your door should be asked that. Billions of dollars will roll out to First Nations who were discriminated against by Canada's racist child welfare system. Unfortunately, that's going to go on. That program will go on for 22 years as we roll those out to all these children coming through that system. And there will be challenges and opportunities that we can't foresee, but through it all, we'll be there together, just as our elders and our ancestors had wanted. Many of our, being a little girl, coming together with, my dad was a counselor at the time, and the chief had took us along, and I think I was really small, 4 years old, but I remember all your people, our people in Manitoba, BC, everywhere from coast to coast to coast coming together, that we would work together, that we'd find a way in this country. And so that's always my dream, my hope, that we try our best to walk united. And when we do that, then that's when we get results. So I know there's lots of work to do, but that I'm here today. Thank you so much for welcoming me, and I look forward to working for you in Ottawa. And that's your office in Ottawa, and we're there all the time, and please stop by if you're ever there. We welcome you, and thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you, Cindy. I would like to call upon Anita Peranto for PAGC Women's Commission to come up.
No pressure. After AFN National Chief, I welcome you. My first welcoming remarks to the Assembly here, so bear with me. First and foremost, I want to give thanks for another beautiful day, that we're here together in this circle that I'm part of now. I'm really grateful and thankful. So good day to everyone here at the Annual Assembly. I want to start by thanking the elders and for the prayers of the lifting of the pipe this morning, and also the drummers that were here, from both nations. Really grateful to be able to have our drum here. That's very important for our hearts. I greet all the elders, senators, chiefs, and their councils, delegates, staff, and visitors. I stand here before you humbled, knowing that the shoes I have to fill surely can never be replaced. We as a commission can only continue the good work she did in her honor. We will honor her tonight at the banquet and keep her in our hearts forever. Thank you to Senator Nolan and the family for sharing her with us. We have been this up a little. We have been working hard to get our policy in place to move forward. We wish to thank Irene Sefferling, who helped us with that, along with the support of our PAGC executive and our amazing commission. I'm the chair from Sturgeon Lake First Nation. I was voted in July, and I thank all the Women's Commission for their support. And we needed to get that seat filled right away, and it was very important. And we were able to push forward and get everything going and still keep everything on track. So I'm really grateful to the commission and the PAGC chiefs and the executive. Our vice chair is Tanya Mustus from James Smith. Executive member Stephanie Wadidika from Wapayton. Executive member Rachel Henderson from Montreal Lake. I don't know if you could stand up. There's Rachel Henderson. Rachel Henderson, and I'm not sure if Tanya Mustus is in the room. No. Pearl Doris Morin from La Ronge, she's away. Karen Charles from La Ronge, and I think she's at the back. Bella Dumas from PBCN. Rose Dorian from PBCN. Charlene Dessain from Black Lake. Annie Josinen from Wollaston. Sorry if I didn't say that right. Caroline Stewart from Cumberland House. Diane McDonald, newly appointed from Fond du Lac. Gina McKay, Red Earth, and Burl Whitecap from Shoal Lake. Those are our Women's Commission. I want to take this time to thank the ladies for their hard work throughout the year and all their support to me as a chair. I also wish to thank my chief and council of Sturgeon Lake for their support to take on this work. We have been watching the build of the women's shelter in Montreal Lake and are so excited about that. Our annual walk for missing and murdered Indigenous women and men was well attended and continued to shed light on the ever-growing crisis. We recognize our men and need to support them as well. November 3rd, we will be doing an annual jacket and clothing giveaway. Please contact Cheryl Kimberly if you have any donations. So that's like right after the assembly. It'll be happening at the Cultural Center, I believe it's called now, not the Parkland Hall. I got corrected yesterday. Finally, tonight is one of the most important efforts. Thank you all who have all supported us in the past and who supported us tonight. We have 196 women apply for the PAGC Women's Scholarship. We will be awarding 10 women to the post-secondary that are attending post-secondary. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to give our women a round of applause. The other thing was, good news is that we officially sold all our tables. Not all to PAGC. Yeah, and there'll be a few seats for anybody else that's walking in. For those, the doors open at 5:30 at Plaza 88 and will begin at 6 p.m. So on behalf of the Prince Albert Grand Council's Women Commission, thank you so much for supporting our efforts throughout the year. And to all the delegates that are coming, bring your singing voices and your jigging legs.
Thank you, Anita. So now I would call upon Mayor Greg Dion to come up for his opening remark. She said he's not here. He's not here.
Well, thank you. Elders, senators, chiefs, special guests. I always look forward to meeting at this assembly because I love things that move forward, and we have been moving forward. I know we have lots of important things to do, so I'll just give you a few highlights. I want to thank the Grand Chief from Ottawa for her kind words. We've been in Ottawa 2 or 3 times now, talking to the government about reconciliation and how they have to start moving forward. And we have 2 great projects that are helping us. In the spring, we're going to start construction of a new OSB plant at the site of the old mill, and that's in partnership with Montreal Lake, Wahpeton, and Meadow Lake Tribal Council. We are also moving forward on building a new event and culture center in our city, and we have partnered with the Woodland Cree, which is Montreal Lake, Peter Ballantyne, and La Ronge. And that has got the attention of Ottawa because we continue to move forward in our partnership, and we call it a partnership. We now have 65 acres of urban reserve within our city. My goal over the next 4 years is to get that to 100 acres because those are all commercial businesses. We are working hard with the First Nations University to build a campus here. We've already designated we've given them 8 acres of land by the soccer center to put that on, which is helping them with their proposal. And of course, we're going to go back to Ottawa with them to see if we can fund it. Because one thing we've discovered from First Nations University is we have more registered students here in the city of Prince Albert than they do in their campus in Regina. So we certainly have a case to put together. And we continue to work together. I want to thank the Grand Council. We continue to work on our problems, and we do. And we're always not going to agree. Like the one speaker spoke from Peter Ballantyne before, is we can't solve everything. But if we continue to talk and work together, we can move items forward. And I think that's key to our situation. I always acknowledge that we're on Treaty 6 land, the home of the Métis. And I also acknowledge that 46% of our population now is First Nation and Métis. And we believe in the next census, it'll be 50%. And that's why it's important for us to build partnerships, because we're here, and we're going to stay here. And I want us all to grow and work on our youth problems. And that's why if you hear me speak, I don't talk about jobs, I talk about careers. Like the owner of the OSB plant with his partners are going to train young First Nations people on how to run those plants. Well, those are careers. You get a job in forestry, it's a career. You can afford a house, you can afford a car, and you can start a family and grow. And I think that's very important to us. I want to wish all the candidates that are running luck. It is getting tougher and tougher to find candidates to run because we have that monster out there called social media that doesn't tell the facts. It seems to be more negative than positive. But I just want to thank them and encourage them to keep it up because it is worth it. I do believe the people in leadership realize that they were put on the earth to serve, and I want to thank them and acknowledge them because they do give up lots. They give up family life. We have to travel quite a bit, and so I want to acknowledge their family because without their support, we wouldn't be politicians because you got to have someone behind you pushing you and supporting you and sort of to be able to talk about better things. So I could talk forever because this is election year, but I have to apologize. Don Cody was supposed to be here and speak on our behalf today, but somehow he got his schedule mixed up and he thought he spoke. He's going to speak on Tuesday. So he sends his apologies and he said he will be here tomorrow to shake hands and greet everyone. So I want to wish everyone the best. Let's keep moving forward. That's how we make it a better place. We're in your corner. We want to be your partner, and because we believe together that we can make our communities a better place to live. So thank you, and I want to wish you all the luck in your assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So now I will call upon Patrick Noje, I hope I didn't butcher your name, Chief of Police.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Tansei. You did a very good job announcing my name. I've had everything from no gear when I played hockey, and I'm a goaltender. I usually wear my hockey gear when I play goal, but thank you very much. Good morning, esteemed chiefs, council members, community leaders, and all attending guests. Grand Chief Hardlott, thank you very much for the invitation to talk today. I'd like to start by letting you all in the room know that the Prince Albert Police Service is committed to providing policing services that are competent, that you can trust in your time of need. It is an honor to be here on behalf of the Prince Albert Police Service, reaffirming our shared commitment to fostering safe, resilient communities throughout Prince Albert and the surrounding area. Our strategic plan in 2024 and 2026 centers on public safety, community connections, celebrating culture, and leadership. These pillars are not just aspirations, they reflect our shared priorities with the PAGC. They are not just aspirations that I mentioned, and in reading your annual report, it is clear that we are aligned in our dedication to culturally informed services, community-based safety, and empowering our people with a vision towards prosperity and well-being. First, I'd like to speak of public safety. The PAGC's annual report in 2023 noticed a number of accomplishments, particularly in the areas of emergency preparedness, community policing, holistic wellness, serving as vital cornerstones for our own goals in the Prince Albert Police Service. Like the PAGC, we aim to work with high-risk populations, ensuring that the necessary support and resources are available, especially through collaboration with dedicated local and regional partners. The PAGC's Braiding Knowledge for Safe Communities, for instance, underscores the importance of bridging knowledge to create safer spaces, an objective we also prioritize within our own public safety initiatives. Community connections is another fundamental pillar where our work aligns closely. As PAGC prioritizes community health and cultural respect, the Prince Albert Police Service likewise commits to building and fostering great relationships together. Our dedication to celebrating culture includes embracing the unique diversity within Prince Albert. We acknowledge and deeply value the PAGC's initiatives such as cultural workshops and language revitalization, which strengthen identity and community bonds. We strive to support and mirror in our own service some of these objectives. And finally, in leadership, both the PAGC and the Prince Albert Police Service recognize the need for strong, adaptable, and community-driven leadership. Through initiatives that enhance internal morale and support for our members, we aim to bring forward a culturally sensitive organization, accountability, and respect for all. This approach is inspired by the PAGC's steadfast leadership on issues of community safety and the ongoing push for economic and social development. As we look forward, I am encouraged by our shared vision for a safer, culturally vibrant, and united community. Together, I am confident we can continue to build a legacy of resilience, respect, and collaboration that will serve future generations. Thank you, and I look forward to the continued partnerships between the Prince Albert Police Service and the Prince Albert Grand Council in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. I now would like to call upon Faraka Prince, Chief of Police.
Oha. Am pete washte matakiapi. Ihaha herishka waka amakiapi. Chante mawashte. Good morning, everybody. I'm Faraka, and I'm honored to serve as your Deputy Chief of Police here in Prince Albert. I've been making my home here in Treaty 6 territory for 3 years, and I originally come from Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation, just outside of Brandon, Manitoba. I first want to say thank you to everybody in positions of leadership in the community here of Treaty 6 territory. I have felt so welcome and am proud to make my home here. Thank you for having me as a visitor. Although I do have relatives in Wapayton, so not too far away. We have marriages and all of that fun stuff, so it really does feel like home. I want to say thank you for that. You know, just like my friend Cindy had talked about, I too am a chief's daughter. And so I recognize that, you know, the sacrifice and the dedication that it requires for leadership to positively impact and make change in the community. So leadership is a tough journey, but so is policing. And I've been a police officer for 23 years, worked in 3 provinces. This is my 4th organization. And if we want to impact change within policing, within public safety, we need to be a part of the change. And so we have a ton of jobs. There's a ton of policing jobs that are open throughout Saskatchewan, throughout Canada, but specifically here in Prince Albert. And I would like to put a challenge out to the community to reach out to your young ones, or maybe even not so young ones. You can be in your 40s and be a brand new recruit too. I'm looking at you, Jimmy. So I guess that's my challenge and my call. My call out to the community is we need to put people into public safety roles who are going to serve in that role of leadership. So thank you, Grand Chief, for always making me feel welcome. Al, PAGC, it's nice to see representation from FSIN, and of course our National Chief, Cindy Woodhouse, that was here. Thank you again, and I wish you all a really good assembly.
Thank you, Faraka Prince. So I'll move on here to the swearing-in ceremony for PAGC senators. First, I will call up Senator Cy Standing of the Wapayton Dakota Nation.
We have fine words to be said about Cy. His daughter Lois is here, and she's going to come to the podium to say some words about her father. Lois, please come on up.
Where do you want them to stand? Here. Up here?
What happens? What happens? All of it?
Well, no, I'll just.
Just highlight it. Yeah. What's that? No. Okay.
Okay, the stand
Mostly, I got 10 years in the Air Force, 11 years in FSI, and 23 years as chief.
Okay.
Hamatakayapi, Iyushkian Wachiakape, Chante Washtea Napechiuzapi, lowest standing Imakia PA, Dakota Iawi Chachbiskalia Makia PA, Wachbeten Dakota Tioshbaye, Hamataha. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to introduce my father and speak a little bit highlights about his achievements. It's a proud moment for us as a Tioshbaye from Wahpeton Dakota Nation. We have some of our family members here to be a part of this event, and our Wahpeton Dakota Nation drum group is here. It's a really good time to be together for this momentous occasion. But as my father instructed me, just to mention the highlights, I got probably about 3 pages here of his bio. He's done a lot in his lifetime. But through this process, I'd like to thank some of our elders from our community, from the Wahpeton Dakota Nation, and our chief and our counselors for leading this process. He was chosen from our community, from the elders, for this important role at PAGC. But in the past, maybe 5 years or so, I've had the honor. I've seen the value of my father more than ever now because of his first language as a Dakota speaker. I got to hear him speak our language, and now I get to work with him on the retention activities that we've been able to work on together. And he's one of our very few first language speakers in our community. He grew up, that was his first language, and he didn't learn English, I think it was till about 5 years old. So that's one of the very important things that I see in him. But I'm just going to read a few highlights from his bio that I've been given here. He's been a chief of the Wahpeton Dakota Nation for quite a few years. He's also been a band counselor for many years. He's also been a vice president of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations. He's also been, he's a veteran in the Air Force, and he's done that for about 10 years. And he still serves in the community as a board member and chair of the Tatanko Yate Holdings, our economic development arm of our nation. And he also sits on various boards to still keep contributing to our communities. So I just wanted to provide that overview, and I hope that there's quite a few more pages here, but I think that's what I've been instructed to do, is just mention the highlights. So Pidamayaye Mitakoya Oyasin.
We do have a blanket ceremony for the senator. We have a song for both senators once we've done. We have brought them up. We have Karen Timmerman, with a Commissioner of Oaths, who will also speak to swear them in. I think that we'll swear them in first, and then we will let them speak. So we have another senator that we are going to bring into the Prince Albert Grand Council House of Senate, and we'd like to call up the future Senator Caroline Isidore and Diane McDonald. Diane has some words to say for our fine senator. Please welcome future Senator Caroline Isidore.
Good morning to the Assembly. Most of you might remember me, Diane McDonald, the previous electoral officer. Hopefully the mic doesn't fall on me today. So I want to acknowledge the Treaty 6 territory, as well as the National Chief Federation, Prince Albert Grand Council chiefs, and each of the nation's chief and council. I also want to acknowledge the veterans, the senators, the elders, the delegates, the pipe and flag carriers, the mayor of Prince Albert, the chief police, and the 2 drum groups. So welcome everyone, thank you very much. Today we are honored. I am honored to be here to have this opportunity to honor a special woman from our community, Elder Caroline Isidore. Caroline has been a strong advocate for our nation in the past 45 years, serving in our community at different levels in her role, primarily in the health area as well as Indian residential school. Caroline was born and raised in Fond du Lac and married to Jimmy Isidore for 51 years. Together they have 5 beautiful children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. She attended school in the Fond du Lac Day School as well here in Prince Albert. And Caroline started her career with Fond du Lac Denisutlunet First Nation in 1979. She served as the first woman chief as a counselor, as well the first woman chief in 1997-99 for our nation. She also served on the Prince Albert Grand Council Women's Commission and numerous boards and committees on behalf of our nation. So we want to take this opportunity to say thank you, Caroline, for your years of service on behalf of our nation. And we want to congratulate you moving forward in your new role as a senator on behalf of our nation and the Prince Albert Grand Council. Marcy Salutina.
Thank you very much, Diane. Now, I know you want to hear from the senators, but we are going to ensure that we get them to be senators, so I wonder if I could ask them both to take the floor with your families. Senator, if we could go to the floor with your families. We have official words by Commissioner of Oath, Karen Timmerman. Karen, join the senators at the table. Yeah, to the table, senators, with Karen.
So just the 2 chiefs.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning.
Hey, sorry.
Good morning. I'm going to have Senators, well, I guess not yet, Cy Standing read the oath of office. After that, I will sign it, and then he will sign it.
Okay.
So, that's what you can read.
Yeah, read it?
Yeah.
Oath of office of the Prince Albert Senate. I, Cy Standing, of the First Nation community of Wahpeton Dakota Nation in the Plains Dakota sector of the province of Saskatchewan, Having been appointed to the PAGC Senate pursuant to the PAGC Senate Act of the Prince Albert Grand Council, swear or solemnly affirm that I am legally qualified, able, and willing to act as a Senate member, that I will act faithfully in that capacity, partiality, fear, favor, or affection. I will familiarize myself with the Prince Albert Grand Council Senate Act, PAGC Election Act, PAGC Act, PAGC Convention Act, and all other pertinent documents. I will further forfeit any right I may have to participate in any Grand Council election, by-election, whether as a candidate, nominator, senator, or voter for the term of my appointment. Mitakiawas.
Okay, so sworn or solemnly affirmed before me in the city of Prince Albert in the province of Saskatchewan this 28th day of October, 2024. So, all right, Senator Sai standing. So now I'll do the swearing-in ceremony with Caroline Isidore. Caroline, I'll have you read the oath of office for PAGC Senate.
Can you hear him? No? Go ahead.
I, Caroline Isidore of the First Nation community of Hunlaak and Tsuut'ina First Nation in the Athabasca sector in the province of Saskatchewan, having been appointed to the PAGC Senate pursuant to the PAGC Senate Act of the Prince Albert Grand Council, I swear or solemnly affirm that I am legally qualified and able and willing to act as Senate member that will act faithfully in that capacity without partiality, fear, favor, or affection. I will familiarize myself with the Prince Albert Grand Council Senate Act, PAGC Election Act, PAGC Act, and PAGC Convention Act, and all other pertinent documents. I will forfeit any right I may have to participate in any Prince Albert Grand Council election, by-election, whether as a candidate, nominator, seconder, or voter for the term of my appointment.
Sworn or solemnly affirmed before me in the city of Prince Albert in the province of Saskatchewan this 28th day of October 2024. I'll get you to sign right here. Senator Caroline Isidore.
Oh, we're going to have an honor song for the senators, an honor song. Two of them, actually. Drummers. We ask you to hold off on shaking hands at this point. Hold off.
Thank you, Dakota. Thank you, Dakota singers. We honored the elder from the Dakota First Nation. Now we want to honor the elder from the Athabasca area. And we're going to ask the singers to honor our senator. Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful honor song that we had for the two wonderful senators. At this time, we have a break, and no, we're not going to have a break, but we do want people to come up and shake hands, okay? So we carry on with business here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. Two senators. Give them a big round of applause. Senator standing, Senator Isidore. Uh-oh. There's just too much honor here. Should have guessed, we cannot stop tradition. Ooh. Hey. be a dinner. Yeah, well, I've got to keep this going here. I have no time. We're busy. Later. I'll ask the Grand Chief. Yeah. Oh, lots of business. They're only here. And dinner time is down here. Yeah, we're way behind. Way behind. Huh? No, can't stop tradition. We told them, but they wanted to do it. That's the way it is. Oh well. It's okay. It's really okay. We can now. No.
And dinner's ready, look.
I know.
Director of Operations.
My goodness. I hope that's the end of the line.
Want me to say that for you?
No, I got it. Okay.
In the meantime, I'll get an elder prayer.
That's the food? Yeah. If you can find one, that'll be good. I'm going to see. I just gotta tell him we're gonna. Oh, maybe. Oh. Yeah, you can see where it went.
And then we still have motions to go through, so we might as well, because there's elders in here, that may be diabetic.
Yeah, we'll break for lunch. Yeah. Lunch is here.
Oh, okay.
I'll get an elder, then we'll start lunch.
Okay.
We are suffering from some time issues. We're going to ask each senator to say a few words, and then we're going to break for lunch. We're going to have an elder say a prayer to our Creator for the lunch we are going to receive. If the food is here, please bring it out. Please get ready. Are we ready? Wave a hand back there if the, yes, good. Food is ready. I'm being told that there are people hungry on the floor here.
Here's a song called Janine.
Chief?
Coming out of the seat here, take a picture of your tears by.
I hate to say it, but you know, there has been some complaints about campaigners hanging out their information, and you are not to do that here. Outside you may, but not in this facility or during this assembly. If we have servers, if we can find servers, young, able-bodied men and women to serve the elders, please start. But wait, we want our prayer. Dennis. 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 Done deal? Okay, sorry. It is done. The prayers have been said, And we look for young people to serve our elders. Young people to serve our elders.
Al, you want to call up some of the Fond du Lac council and some of the family?
Sure. Fond du Lac, councillors, please come up. Please come up and sit with our new senator and the chief. Fond du Lac and any of the family. Diane, for the photo. The PAGC Tribune photo. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. You need a break. Yeah. Huh?
What time are we coming back?
Half hour. We are behind in the agenda, so you have 1/2 hour to eat. 1/2 hour. Feed those elders, please.
Billy Adam.
back of my house, when I wear out ribbon skirt, it takes forever to make it over the bathroom. Yeah. Yes. Should I go get coffee? I wonder if I should just fill up my cup. Yeah, I think I will, eh? So I'll have some. I don't have to keep going up and down. Wasn't sure. Ketchup. Thank you so much. All right, thank you.
1 o'clock, everybody. Calling back for order, 1 o'clock. We need the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker to come and talk about the procedures for the office of the Speaker, the rules of the Assembly, and resolution procedure. Are you ready? You have your...
Yeah.
Okay. Take it away, Rose.
So next on the agenda is Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, First Nation, Office of the Speaker. The Speaker of the Assembly shall be presiding officer for the Assembly. From the opening call to order until final adjournment, the Speaker shall control all proceedings. In order to do this, the Speaker and duty Speaker shall be completely non-political with regards to all issues. Speakers shall not participate in discussions. Their role is to control discussions so as to make the best use of the limited time available. The responsibilities of the office of the Speaker is to ensure that the following are in place. First one is recording staff and technician, administration staff, resource staff, which means legal advisor and technicians. Deputy Speaker, Assembly Coordinator and Registration Coordinator, Resolution Committee and Media and Press Release. Duties of the Speaker. The Speaker shall ensure that all preparation for the Assembly are completed before the start of the Assembly. The Speaker shall ensure that all registration committee and all conference staff know their functions and carry their assigned duty. The Speaker shall assign duties to the Deputy Speaker. The Speaker shall govern the Assembly of rules set out under Rules of Assembly.
Sure.
The Rules of Assembly will be read by Rosalie.
Alrighty. I'm gonna take this out. So I got rules of the Assembly. Number 1, all morning sessions of the Assembly shall be called to order. The sessions will start with a pipe ceremony at 8 a.m. each morning, followed by a grand entry on the first day and a grand march out on the last day. All business of the Assembly shall start at 9 a.m. promptly each day. Number 3, all persons in the Assembly shall be registered as delegates, elders, senators, observers, staff, or media. Number 4, a quorum must consist of a majority of the registered delegates who are present when the meeting has been called to order by the Speaker. Delegates total shall be provided to the Speaker by the registration coordinator promptly after the call of the Assembly at each session. Number 5, decisions shall be made in as much as possibly by consensus or general agreement. A positive vote of 51% of the voting delegates and proxy representatives registered shall constitute a decision. Number 6, official delegates must be chiefs or proxy representatives authorized by a First Nations band resolution from the chief and council headman of each of which shall have 1 vote. Number 7, only delegates or their designated spokesperson may address the Assembly. Number 8, when space limitations require official delegates shall be allowed priority access to the main seating area. Number 9, when addressing the assembly, delegates of the spokesperson must identify themselves and the First Nation band government which they represent. Number 10, delegates or a designated spokesperson must speak only to the topic of the discussion with the allotted time and should confine themselves to the immediate focus on the topic. Number 11, when speaking on an issue, the initial speaker shall be allowed 10 minutes for presentation of the issue, and each additional delegate speaking to the issue shall be allowed 5 minutes. Following discussion, the initial speaker shall be allowed 5 minutes to further address the issue. Number 12, all resolutions must be submitted to the Resolutions Committee, which will assist the mover and seconder to present the motion in proper form. So it says, see resolution procedure. Number 13, security must be maintained at a high level to avoid disruption during the assembly. Number 14, no alcohol or drugs shall be allowed into the assembly. No one under the influence will be allowed into the assembly. And number 15, First Nations delegates addressing the assembly are encouraged to speak bilingual, using both English and their First Nation language. So you can finish. So the resolution procedure will be read by Rose.
The resolution procedure. The role of the resolution committee is to assist the movers and seconders of resolution in presenting them in a proper manner. Any draft resolutions must have a mover and seconder from the voting delegations before it is presented to the resolution committee. All draft resolution must be given to the resolution committee prior to being presented on the floor of the assembly. In order to ensure that the content of the draft resolution is clear, the chairperson of the resolution committee will be available to discuss them with the mover and seconder, and if necessary, to revise the draft resolution before they are finalized. A decision will be taken as soon as possible after any debate related to the issue dealt with in the draft resolution. The movers and seconder draft resolution must be present in the assembly room when the draft resolution are being presented and discussed. So that's the resolution procedure.
So next up, we'll have PAGC Management Co-Limited Financial Statements, and we'll have Jean Durr to come up, please. Thank you. And we'll have Keith Fonstad as well come up. Thank you.
Well, you know, Sherry Souls and I have just talked to the man. I call him the Spirit because you never know where he'll be. Jean Durr, please present your real body. Jane Durr. Chief told me not to scare you. He's there, he is. I see him. He's coming through the hallway. Jean Durr has entered the building. Yay! Grand Chief said he always makes a dramatic entrance, so, and indeed he does. At a very swift pace, I might add. Jean Durr will tell us the status of the Prince Edward Grand Council financial position. Jean Durr!
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, elders, senators, chiefs, councilors, headmen, delegates, and guests. The financial report will consist of, again, this year, a preliminary financial statement, which is not audited yet, because we haven't been able to submit all our information to our auditor, MNP. So this preliminary financial statement covers the year ending March 31st, 2024, so about 7 months ago. So if you have the presentation, we'll switch to page 4. So anyway, until we get the presentation on the screen, I'll just briefly go through our financial position at the end of March. During the year, we had a lot of deferred revenue and a lot of receivables, so some of that funding has not yet been spent. So primarily in our health program, there's a lot of money left over from the COVID period, and it's either already set up for various programs in communities for minor capital and for Head Start capital projects. Those are the primary area of future spending from our cash flow. So if we go to the next page, page 5, is the statement of financial position. So it's kind of hard to see from back there, but our cash is restricted cash for capital is about $4 million. Our receivables about $22 million receivables. That's Again, a lot of it is ISC funding for programs at year end. And also for Spruce Lodge boarding home, we had a lot of reimbursement funding, that about $4 million that has to come in. So that's the financial assets. On the liability side, we have a bank overdraft of $3.7 million, accounts payable about $4.8 million. Our deferred revenue, again, we said was high, about $15.5 million. And then due to our member First Nations, about $2 million. So right now at the end of March, our net assets is about $7.4 million. And we have tangible capital assets of about $3.7 million. So that's a quick overview of the financial position at the end of March. Again, this is pre-audit numbers. On the next page is our statement of operations. So in the middle column, we have funding from ISC of combined with health about $59 million, and then other entities. So overall, our total revenue for the year is $89.1 million. Our expenditures are $90,500,000. So we have an annual deficit of about $1.4 million. Again, we're not allowed to record receivables unless they're confirmed. So some of that Spruce Lodge reimbursement funding is not shown yet, so that would turn that deficit into a small annual surplus. So again, the overall accumulated surplus at the end of March 2024 is about $11,100,000. And of that amount, $3.7 million is tangible capital assets. So that's a quick overview of our financial position at the end of March. And again, we're working diligently with Keith from MNP to complete our outstanding audits. We've managed to complete about 15 small entity audits and another 3 consolidated audits. So Keith will be presenting one of the completed audits that he's bringing forward to present today. So again, I thank you for your cooperation from the chiefs and also all your administrative staff throughout the year. I know it's been trying times during COVID period to complete audits, and we will be working with our auditor diligently to complete those before the end of March. So that's it. Thank you.
So we're going to go on to motion number 2.
Read the heading.
The heading. Okay. So Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 28, 2024. PAGC Management Company Limited. Approval of draft preliminary financial statements. Moved that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the PAGC Management Company Limited preliminary financial statements for the year ended March 31st to 2024 as presented. So do I have a mover?
Chiefs.
Chiefs?
Chiefs, Saizi.
Chief Saizi for a mover.
Need a seconder.
And I need a seconder.
Chief Kirby.
Kirby? Okay. Chief Kirby Constant as seconder.
Discussion. Discussion.
Discussion?
If not, get someone to call question.
Question?
Questions been called?
Questions been called? Thank you.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Keep your hands up in the air, counters.
Keep your hands up in the air while the counters are out.
I'll get the counter to give me a wave when they're done.
I'll get the counter to give me a wave when you're done. Keep hands up, please. Thank you, while the counters are out.
Next one is opposed. Gotcha.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
Good?
Are we good?
Okay. Any opposed?
So any opposed?
I see none. I see none.
I see none.
Abstentions.
Abstentions?
One abstention. One abstention.
One abstention. Would you like to speak on your abstention?
Good. Good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chief Marcel, head of the Shoal Lake Cree Nation. The reasoning for my abstention, again, is to go on record, that, last year, we've asked the Assembly, to instruct the Prince Albert Grand Council to catch up on their audits. And today we just presented just an audit that's incomplete. To me, that's still not satisfactory. And that's why I'm not against it. I'm not in favor of it either. But just to go on record, we need these audits completed. In the case of our nation, for example, what if in the event, the Grand Council has a project identified and our funders start questioning, I guess, the why, we're still behind our audits. There could be some potential projects that might be held up or even cash being held up as a result of it. We're experiencing it, so I know what I'm talking about. So, Jean, line up your donkeys and get the audit done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
So we have 70 in favor.
One abstention. The motion passes.
Okay.
Carried.
And we have one abstention, so the motion has been carried. Thank you. Okay. Where is Keith? Yeah, Fonstad. Okay, so we have Keith Fonstad, who will be speaking on PAGC Management Company Limited financial statements as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the elders, senators, chief, councilors, headmen, delegates, and all the guests here today. So I'm here to give an audit update and further to Chief Marcel's comments there on where we've been over the last year since the last assembly and the motion to move forward with the audits as quickly as possible. So I'll go through kind of the audit status of what we've been able to do over the last year, and then get into the financial statements that are being put forward to the Assembly for acceptance. Before I go into that, I do have two quick things I wanted to chat about. One is I've worked with a lot of the folks in the room over the last decade or two, but I probably have known Senator Sy standing the longest, and I have one fond memory of working with him early on, back in probably about 2007 or 8. That was back in the days when texting was okay to do on your personal side, but not to do at work. You're not supposed to communicate with your clients using text. And the senator sent me a text on December 23rd, right before Christmas. So I figured if my senator could, at that point, chair of the board of the ECDEV, if he could send me texts, I could probably text with just about anybody. If he was doing it at, I don't know, he was probably 72 or something like that. That was a fond memory of working with Cy, and over the years I've got to work with him a lot. So I really was honored to be here when he got accepted as a senator. The other thing I wanted to highlight, I did this at the NLCDC AGM last night. In our PowerPoint presentation, there's some artwork. For those who have seen the M&P calendars through the different communities that we give out each year, we've been doing them for about 25 years or so. The last 7 or 8, we've been able to use commissioned artwork. And I've been waiting, sometimes patiently, most of the time impatiently, to be able to get a Saskatchewan artist. And this is our year for M&P to have a Saskatchewan artist. We worked with Jordan Twist, who's from James Smith and here in Prince Albert, to do the artwork. And so this is Jordan's artwork that's used in our presentation today. And there's some, see if the PowerPoint's going to move forward for me. If not, it is on. There it is. So this is the story of that artwork, and I'm super proud to have that represented across Canada through all of the communities in Canada had received a copy of this artwork. So thanks to Jordan for that work. So my quick agenda for today is these 4 items. So we'll get right into the first one. Oh, now it's working really fast. One at a time. There we go. All right, so the first thing is the status change from our last assembly. Over that time period, we were able to complete 16 audits. In those audits, they included the Spruce Lodge boarding home for 5 years, PAGC Holdings to 23, Spiritual Healing Lodge up to 2020. So those are all issued, as well as then daycare for 5 years. The consolidated audit for 19 and 20, which I'll talk about shortly, as well as the additional work on program schedules. So there was a fair amount of work put on by both our team and the PAGC finance team and others within PAGC to be able to get us to this point. So it's not all the way there as to Chief Head's point, but it is significantly improved from where it was the year before. So with that, we've been able to get 16 completed. We also have 5 more kind of in the hopper that are mostly completed. So Spiritual Healing Lodge 21, 22, and 23, as well as almost completed 21 audit. We were hoping to have it done for today, but it just didn't quite get there. So we were hoping to see what we can get done by the end of the week. Might even have it to the chiefs for approval by the end of this week. So 21 is very close as well. So the plan for the rest of the next calendar or next year, as we go into the assembly going into October 2025, we're hoping to have the 24s done for all these small ones, as well as 22, 23, and hopefully 24 for the consolidated. So that's the current plan. This remote is very sensitive. All right, so one of the things that wanted to let the Assembly know is that because of the length of time of the audits being outstanding and the complexity of PA Grand Council as a whole, there was some additional work and effort that was required over that time period. So there was additional procedures that we had to do, which did also add to the delay. We had a focus on the revenue and expenses, the capital assets being purchased over the years, the cutoff and existence of accounts payable and receivable, especially as those amounts continue to grow on the receivable side with funds that are being withheld. And then obviously the last part is our opinion is on the financial statements themselves, so making sure the financial statements are appropriately recorded and have all of the subsequent events, because from 2019 up until June of 2024, all of that information had to be looked at as anything significant over that time period. So that added some effort there. But we are happy to say that 2019 and 2020 were issued and approved by the chiefs at a Board of Chiefs meeting. So 2019 went out in June, and this was a clean audit opinion, so we were able to, with the additional procedures and effort, ensure that the information was accurate, and we are giving a clean or unmodified opinion that the financial statements can be relied upon by you as a user in reading those statements. So that was for 2019. And issued in September of issued in September was the 2020 audit, which was again a clean opinion, and as well can be relied upon by you as one of the users. There were some improvements required and identified. Obviously, getting financial information on a timely basis was highest on the priority list. Those management recommendations have been provided to the Board of Chiefs as well as to the finance team to be able to hopefully include in the 2024 years going forward. And I'll quickly go over what those audited statements were. So because the 2019 was a comparative number in 2020, we'll just look at the 1 year, if I can. Yeah. So just as a reminder, what's included in Prince Albert Grand Council's financial statements are the controlled entities that are under control of the Tribal Council. So that's this list of entities here within that note, which is basically all the different departments plus Spruce Lodge Boarding Home. What's not included would be its partnerships with, say, NLCDC and NITHA and the limited partnership. Those investments are not part of the Prince Albert Grand Council's reporting entity that's included in these statements. So this information is 4 or 5 years old, so I'm not going to go in depth to it. The highlights of it is there was cash, restricted cash on hand to pay for the Sequatamo Lodge, or as renamed here, and grand opening about a month ago. That facility, the cash had been received in 2018 when it was still being held in 2020 due to the delay in construction because of COVID. There was some additional receivables for CEDO funds from ISC that didn't come through, so that's why the receivables is growing. And then that's offset by the payments that are required. So one thing to note is the 2019 preliminary information that was approved by the Assembly in 2019 and issued in the annual report was relatively close to what the audited statements were. There was about a $500,000 difference in net income and about $1 million difference in net financial assets. So the preliminary information did change, but not significantly overall. So this slide here just has some information around that receivable number. Net income-wise, the main thing to highlight here is that in 2019, about half of the education funding had stopped coming to PAGC and had gone directly to the nations. It was still in 2019, and in 2020 it had left, and by 21 it was completely out. So 2020 there was still some education funding, but about $9 million, and then in 2021 that will be completely removed from PAGC. So that's the main decrease in revenues, and then offset with some additional programming at Health and the larger operations at Spruce Lodge. Overall, net income in 2019 ended up being break even at basically just $13,000 loss, so pretty much a break even year. There was a surplus recorded in 2020, and that factored into the increase in cash as it relates. This slide here is just the expenses. Again, as a service organization, the largest line item is salaries, which is to be expected. So we focused our time on that. Although the largest item is a flow-through funding to the nations. And again, you can see the decrease there because that education funding no longer flowed through because it was not received by PAGC. It went directly to the nations. And this is the slide on the showing that flow-through funding. That first part there is education funding, about 36 million down to 9, and then in 2021 that'll be down to 0. So that's a quick highlight and overview of the 2019 and 2020 statements that were previously approved by the Board of Chiefs and are for consideration by the Assembly to be accepted today. I believe there's a motion for that, and I'll turn it back to the Speaker to run the motion.
So I've got motion number 3, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition, October 28, 2020. PAGC Management Company Limited, approval of audited financial statements. Moved that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the PAGC Management Company audited financial statements for the fiscal year 2019 and 2020. So, do I have a mover? Chief Kirby Constant? Do I have a seconder? Tammy? Okay. Chief Tammy Cook-Searson? Okay. So I will, discussion? Call to question? Question? Question has been called. Thank you. So all in favor? As the counters go around, please keep your hands in the air. Thank you. And your tags. She said to put the tags in the air. Good? Okay. Opposed? I see none. Abstentions? I see none. So the motion has been carried. Thank you. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, we got to wait for the count first. Brian, we have to wait for the count first? Okay. Just 84? Okay, it's carried? Okay, so just go. So 84 was a count for the move, for carried forward. So move on to the next one? Okay, go ahead. You read that now.
Okay. Okay, the next item on the agenda is PAGC Management Company Limited appointment of auditors. Jane Durr, Director of Finance.
Thank you. You
have the motion there? You have the motion there?
Yeah, M&P has been our auditor for about 9 years now, so they've been working very hard with us for the past year to complete our outstanding audits. And with that, we are recommending that the Annual Assembly appoint them again to do the audit of the financial statements for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025.
You want to read it?
Okay. So the motion for appointment of auditors for PAGC Management Company Limited, move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the appointment of MNP LLP as the auditors of PAGC Management Company Limited for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025.
So, could I have a mover, please? Chief Wadidika? Seconder? Chief Bartasani? So, discussion? Question is called. Thank you. All in favor?
Testing, 1, 2.
Opposed? I see none. Abstentions? I see none, so motion carried. Thank you.
So next on the agenda is Prince Albert Grand Council 2023-2024 Annual Report Presentation. Elder Sharm, Executive Director.
Thank you very much, Rose. An official good afternoon to all the chiefs, councils, delegates, all my colleagues, all the wonderful visitors we have here today. It's always a pleasure to be here to report. I think back, not to the beginning, but back to the, the late 90s, and the Grand Council had been formed about, probably about 10 years by then, 12, 14 years, by your aunts, your uncles, maybe your fathers or your mothers, or maybe your grandfathers, grandmothers. Those are the ones that created the Grand Council so many years ago. And they did it for a reason. They knew that the 12 First Nations had a greater voice, much greater voice, together. Back then, around 23,000 voices. Today, it is 47,000 voices that you bring to the table here. 47,000. That's incredible. You have grown. When there is a call from this Grand Council to talk to any politician, be it municipal, provincial, or federal, people listen. You have done a great deal to hold what was important back then and what is important today. We thank for the prayers when they lifted the pipes this morning. Always being looked after by the Creator because of those prayers. And I pray that it continues to be that way, that this assembly will be great, and that we all be looked after, and all our families. During any year, there is so much to celebrate. So much to celebrate. And we do it. We have grand openings. We have powwows. We have cultural days. We have golf tournaments. We have fish derbies. You can get $10,000 for catching a burbot. Who would have thought, eh? $10,000 for that. Snagging a burbot's more likely. But anyway, gathering of nations, summer and winter games. You're busy. You're busy. So you can see that when we want to call a meeting of the chiefs, it's very difficult because you're always doing something. But you manage to continue to be with us and watch over us. But there are a couple of people that I want to mention in my opening remarks. We had a wonderful elder who was a pipe carrier from Lac La Ronge Indian Band. His name was Fred Charles. You know, you never know. I guess we always say those words. He seemed fine. But, you know, heart disease is sometimes very quiet and unassuming. He had a passion for life. He was a truly inspiring man. You know, he embraced the moments with enthusiasm, and he pursued his hobbies like spending time with family members, always. Lending a helping hand to those in need, dedication to his work as a housing coordinator, ceremonial elder, and the love he poured into the lives of his families and his co-workers. People knew him. People knew him well, and he affected their lives. And he affected our lives here at the Prince Albert Grand Council. We appreciated the fact that he was here with us, and he helped us out so much. So you know, we certainly want to acknowledge all that he did. And I don't know if it's asking too much, but, you know, I know that Karen and the family are here. Right over here. So, you know, let's acknowledge them with silence for 30 seconds, please. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Karen, our thoughts go out to you and your family. Thank you. Thank you for letting us have him. We appreciated it. Please shake hands and give your condolences to Karen as you can throughout the day here and to his family. Thank you. Thanks. As I say, please shake hands with her and the family. You see her family here. You know, there's one other person that we want to acknowledge here at this assembly for all that she has done, for what is happening here and what has happened here at the Prince Albert Grand Council. She came to this council as the chairperson of the Women's Commission 25 years ago, a quarter century ago. Shirley Henderson from Montreal Lake. She had been a councillor before that. She had been many things in Montreal Lake. Worked in a school, looked after a store, started her own private business, cultural person. I don't think there is anything that existed in Montreal Lake that she didn't have something to do with or she didn't help out in. I remember her well. She was a good personal friend of mine. Her and Nolan Henderson, whom I knew as Marcian, and who Shirley often called Marcian as well. But they gave so much together to Montreal Lake that there's not too many ways in which they can be repaid. But they were repaid from Montreal Lake by way of love. But they went beyond that. Both of them came to help at the Prince Albert Grand Council. Shirley especially, the 25 years she spent as the chairperson of the Women's Commission. It was unknown at that time, 25 years ago, for there to be a chief who was a woman. Today, that's not the case, of course. Almost half our tribal council have women chiefs, our chiefs who are women. And they are powerful. But back then, the chiefs, who were all men, said, we're missing something at this tribal council. And they created the Women's Commission, and they gave Shirley that position, and they asked Shirley to sit at the table with them with the same voting rights as a chief. Shirley did many things in the Women's Commission for missing and murdered women and children, walks for residential school people who are suffering, food to those who had none, warm clothing to those who couldn't afford it and had none. She had much to do. She had much to do, and we didn't know how much time she had. We're certainly sorry that there's no Shirley here today. There's no Shirley here today to look at in the audience. And that is a hurtful thing. But she would have wanted us to go on. We have Anita now running that Women's Commission. Thank you, Anita. But to Shirley, we want to remember and say, we will always remember what you did, not only for Montreal Lake, not only for Prince Albert Grand Council, not only for your family, but for all of us here. So thank you, Shirley. Is anybody here from Shirley's family today? No. Well, everybody from Montreal Lake is her family, so there you go. Hi, Chief. Chief Joyce would remember everything and all things that Shirley did. And so for Shirley, with the Chief and with those, Eldon, Beverly, where are you, Beverly? I know you're here. Come on up here. I don't know if Senator is here. Senator Noland, are you still here? This could be very hard for him to do. Yes, we will. Okay. For what Shirley has done and what we do to remember her, this audience already is quiet, but we'll ask for 30 seconds for Shirley. Thank you. Thank you, audience. Please, if you have time, shake hands in remembrance of Shirley with the family and those from Montreal Lake. They all knew her, every one of them, very well. Okay, we're going to move on. I'm going to try and be quick. Pardon? Okay, we're going to start. I don't mean to be disrespectful, though. Julius. Did they let you in here? Or did you have to pay?
I think there's still quite a few. Just keep listening. We'll just keep going.
Okay.
We'll just don't disrupt.
Okay. We shall continue on. Please feel free to shake hands with Shirley's family and Fred's family. So Prince Albert Grand Council in the year of 2024, population is 47,000. All our First Nations have almost doubled in size from the 1990s. Black Lake is 23,000. Cumberland House is 22,000. Fond du Lac is 23,000. Hatchet Lake is 21,000. James Smith is 20,000. Lac La Ronge is 12,000. Montreal Lake is 45,000. Peter Ballantyne, 12,500. Red Earth, 22,000. Show Lake, 13,000. Sturgeon Lake, 33,000. Wapayton, 700, 600. Every First Nation has grown and continues to grow.
You said 33,000, 43,000, 4,300, 3,300. Over 500,000 people.
Oh, yeah. Vice Chief says we have 500,000 people. I'm sorry. Everybody heard that anyway. This is a live mic. Karen Timmerman, are you here? There she is, and Ruth Job. They look after the Human Resources section. They hire for the Prince Albert Grand Council. When we have new programs like UASNI TP in Wapayton, they do the hiring with the people who they choose as director, and they hire a lot of people. Karen knows manuals inside out with Ruth. They take the time to review our manual and to help any First Nation who wants help with their manual. They attend training sessions for benefits, for insurance, for new laws, financial registration legislation laws. They're very up on everything that has to do with human resources today. And human resources is the most important part of any organization. Don't let anybody convince you of otherwise. You could have trouble with a municipal government, you could have trouble with a provincial government, you could have trouble with the federal government. But if you have trouble with one employee, not trouble or discussions or challenges, that becomes the most important thing. We have a staff of 381. 63% are female. Now, that tells you something. 37% are male. The average age, you know what the average age for working in the Prince Albert Grand Council is? It's 45 years. So you got a lot of experience working in this tribal council. We have an individual in this tribal council who has worked for this tribal council for 45 years. Wow, that's a long time. And every year, there's 117 new hires. Is that every year? It is every year. You know, 381. Do you know who got put together the Northern Lights Casino? It was the Prince Albert Grand Council. It was this tribal council, the 12 chiefs of this council, who put together that first casino. And that casino now has approximately 350 jobs. So that was this tribal council that created those jobs and continues. So that's 350 jobs you created. Way to go. Who would have thought? And you continue to help it. 371 jobs you created in the Prince Albert Grand Council. In this city alone, you, as a tribal council, have created 700 jobs. How is that? 700 jobs, probably about 700 households, 700 to 800 to 900 people shopping at each store, all because of those jobs. So, human resources, how important. Agriculture, Betty, 75 projects a year, works with Saskatchewan Indian Equity Foundation to get people loans for farmers, for livestock people, for equipment, for food trucks from Ontario that you see food going up north all the time, Christmas and Easter, Thanksgiving, hampers, coats for kids, working with the Women's Commission. Moving right on to the Prince Albert Grand Council Child Care and Education Center. Leona and Louise, who is here, that's their shop. Louise is, of course, a woman with many skills, so she not only does that, she works for us here, so thank you, Louise. But they have 40 children there. 40 of the children who do not want to be in foster homes. It is sort of an institution, but it's one run by First Nation. It's one that has 7 Kookums working there. So those kids love it there. They'd rather be home in a nice, safe, secure environment, but if that doesn't exist, then they want to be there. And when they are put sometimes in a foster care home, they'll run away to get back to that place. I know I tell you this story every year, but every year it's true. And it happens again and again and again. They take them to sweat lodges, ceremonies, round dances, smudging, powwows. These 7 Kookums and a lot of the people who work there are fluent, mostly in Cree. So they're speaking Cree to kids so that they will know that language. Child Care and Education Center. Thank you, Louise and Leona, for a good job done. PA Education. Grand Chief created this education center for third-level services. He wanted the treaties protected and in the curriculum. You know, and that's happening today. Do you ever see all the books that are created? That's keeping the language and the culture alive. When they're presented at any conference, they don't have enough books. They fly off the shelf and they can't keep them in the online section either. So congratulations to Edward and Vince, the 2 of them, for doing things like that. And you know, I want to mention one particular person, Dr. Rose Roberts, who did the Myths and Legends of the Woodland Cree. What a wonderful book. These are the kinds of things. These 2 guys want to talk to any community who wants to present something of some nature, either language or culture or both, to have it published to become part of the curriculum. And to talk about treaties by way of our own books so that people will know that. They also run a youth employment strategy for about 18-year-olds so that people, young men and women will have a chance to learn some skill to get back into a good way with themselves. They probably are at risk or, you know, having discovered alcohol and drugs. They look to the land for healing, and they find it because it's being provided. And I know that each and every one of your communities do that. They provide the land for healing and culture. PA Tech Services, Housing and Technical Services, Frank Bighead, Rosie Charles. I don't know if they're in the audience today, but all these programs I'm talking about are in that back room, and you can find them there. They have more information there, and they have giveaways. Might even have a raffle. So Frank's department does training, youth in water and wastewater operations for the entire Prince Albert Grand Council. Training youth in housing operations to let them know the challenges that exist in housing. There has been no substantial or any kind of recognizable increase in housing since 1980s. So when you think, where's the housing? The thing is, where's the money for the housing? They make training available to other tribal councils in the province as well. They talk about capital and infrastructure and project management. They can do all these things. They help with design and inspections. They provide advocacy for capital projects. Anything to do with structures and infrastructure, they know how to do it. They've been doing it for over 30 years. Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency, PAGC Forestry and Emergency, Cliff Bitter. Looks after forestry and emergency and protective services and provides 36 five-person sustained action fire crews. So, 36 times 5, 150, 180 jobs that you asked for because you wanted fire protection right in each one of your communities. And now you have it. Because you wanted it and you forced the federal and provincial governments to do so, and then you hire somebody like Cliff to help you make it happen. Muskrats to Moose, Cumberland House. We have Cumberland House here today. Cultural ways to fight fires, cultural ways, backfires. They did it, and it worked. And Cliff was out there with them. So thank you, Cumberland House, for taking the lead on that. It was wonderful. Cultural burning in the Delta. Structural firefighting. That's one thing that is being trained, but you can hardly do it because you don't get any money for it. You don't get money for training, and you don't get money to hire a firefighting force for structural firefighting. But you go forward anyway. You want fire trucks, and then you train people how to do it, all at your own cost, because there's no money for it. So if you see a fire truck and people who know how to use it, it's because you wanted it that way. You know that that's a problem in your community, and you know that's the way to address it. Maybe at some point, Indigenous Services Canada will recognize that too. It happens outside the reserve. If you were to look at what exists for the city of PA, it would be incredible. If you look what exists for Milford, it would be incredible. If you looked what exists for Pelican Narrows, you would feel defeated, because why do they all get that kind of support for structural firefighting, and every First Nation in PAGC gets nothing, zero. So you have taken upon yourselves to do it. We hope that ISK will recognize you for your work and provide some funding. Firefighting, evacuation, also an area where you have entered. You have done it for thousands of years, but now formally, like what the federal and provincial government want everybody to do, it must be formal. You must have procedures and guidelines. You must have policy. Unless you have that, and you must have training for level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, who knows? But if you don't have it, you don't participate, so they won't let you participate, and they don't. Unless you have training for level 1 or 2. And you do, because you hired Cliff, remember? But nevertheless, you continue on, and you tell Cliff to continue on, and you fight fires, wildfires, and you fight structural fires in your communities. But you don't get a lot to do it, but you do it anyway. Grand Chief had a task force, and we refer to that task force and what they did a lot. Thank you, Grand Chief. There was a lot that came out of it. Many weaknesses that exist because the federal and provincial government don't provide anything for it. So that is the basis upon which all our First Nations say, hey, we need something. Uasni Tipi. It is a place for drug and alcohol treatment. It is a place where families go. They don't take individual people. They take the family. So the family is treated. In the past, they thought, well, if you treat one person, you'll be good. But no, they go back to the family, and they might relapse, or they might say, hey, my family's still drinking, so I'm going to. So the way to do it, we think, not we, because we talk about the people who do this research for First Nations, is treat the family. And that's what's happening at Uasni Tipi on Wapayton Reserve. The units there are for families. And the person running that from Lac La Ronge Indian Band is Angelique Clinton. I don't know if she's in the audience today. She's probably in the back room. But it's brand new. It's a brand new facility. And the grand opening was only a few days ago, or a week ago. Information technology. I'm always amazed with information technology because they use words that I have no idea what they mean. So I believe them. They wrote this report here, and I'm going to read it to you a little bit. They deployed new security hardware to all remote PAGC locations to allow central management. You know, that's good for me. They updated to a more comprehensive antivirus protection software and also stop emailing phishing attacks. Again, that's good for me. They switched from a server-based infrastructure to one that is more cloud-based. This allows staff laptops to work securely and with their files anywhere with an internet connection. That's good for me. They had an IT service management database system, itsm.page.net, to keep track and support and purchase requests from other departments. Good for me. Online registration, coordinated, implemented IT systems, they are doing their job because we are able to do ours. And we do it trouble-free. And when we can do it trouble-free, we know that what they're doing is effective. So thank you for all these wonderful words. But I know what, and I know that what they are is good for the Prince Edward Grand Council. And it's also good for our First Nations because they work out there too, and make sure that we talk to you, you talk to us, and that both of us talk to the outside world through the internet. And it happens. So thank you, IT. Women's Commission, loss of Shirley was a huge loss. Had to find a way. Shirley created the base upon which we could find the way, and we are finding the way. The Women's Commission is going to present an act later, which will become one of our foundational acts. We have a number of foundational acts that you've created already. When you created the first Grand Council, you had a Prince Edward Grand Council Act, and that really expressed the wish for the 12 First Nations to come together and work together. And then Election Act, Policy Act, Executive Act, and now we're going to have a Women's Commission Act. So that what happens at the Women's Commission is a foundational action that will happen. They have selected Anita Peranto as the chair, Tanya Mustus as the vice chair, Stephanie Wadidika and Rachel Henderson as 2 new executive, and all the other 13 around the province in the north to be members. They come together twice a year in total, and they talk about whether their dreams and their wishes and their demands have been met. And if they haven't, or they have, they say, can we do it better? Or can we make it happen if it didn't happen at all? And it's all from the eyes and from the vision of the women who sit on that committee. So we look forward to the act that you will present later and see what you have to tell us. PAGC Justice Unit, the program receives, this is Rick Sanderson. He helps with those being charged. If they're in trouble with the law and they come in trouble with the court or even with the police, they need help because they don't understand what's going on most of the time. Or if they're too angry to understand, or they're too sorry to understand. But we do have the people out there that will interact with them, tell them what to expect, how to expect it, what a judge will say, what a prosecution will say, what your defense attorney will say. They help them. Years ago, we would have had kids going into court with no idea, but now they have help. Thank you, Rick. He also looks after our cadet corps 3 times a week. Cadets, to keep kids out of trouble at night. Probably about 30 or 40. 30 or 40 who want to be there. And they are there. And they do go there. And it helps them. PAGC Urban Services, Jeff Despens, he does a lot. That place is all going. It's always going, and it's the old, don't even know what the name of it is, Prince Albert Grand Council Urban Center is. Good, it's good that it's out of my mind because that's not the name of it anymore. But it's the place downtown. Jeff does labor force development, youth programs, out-of-door power equipment programs, residential renovation carpentry programs, construction work preparation, tri-trades, electrician, plumber, construction worker, youth employment readiness. These programs hosted almost 100 students. And now there are 60 more registered into technical and vocational school. So not only were they in the trades, but now they're preparing for the trades. Summer and winter games. First and second, Woodland Cree. Number 1, PAGC. Number 2, that's your kids. They won it. Of all the tribal councils in Saskatchewan, they won. So I'd like to thank Jeff and his people, Robin and Stephen. Robin's last name is Grand Chief? Dorian. And Steve Mackay. These 2 are instrumental in making it happen. And they made it happen. Spiritual Healing Lodge, relatives, they attend ceremonies in Sturgeon Lake, Wapayton, and James Smith, Muscadet, One Arrow, and Beardies. They went to the Woodland, to the Gathering of Nations and helped there. They helped with the annual fishing derby in Montreal Lake. They're all over. They are healing. They come from the penitentiary, and they've been selected because they have been seen to want to be healed. So when they get to the Healing Lodge, they heal themselves. They heal themselves by healing, by working with others. One even received a driver's license. I don't know why Carol wanted us to know that, but there you go. Got a driver's license, but you can't leave that place. You have to use it somewhere else. By the way, we have no guards and we have no fences. And We have had 2, maybe 3 people walk away in the past 30 years. Not a bad record. It was a busy year, as I said, Winter Games, Gathering Nations, Fine Arts Festival. Fine Arts Festival, every school in the Prince Albert Grand Council attended the Fine Arts Festival. Yes, every school. Never happened before. Shauna Tretiak, thank you. Edward Morasti, thank you. Vince Britton, thank you. These 3 made it happen. Thank you. They keep that part of the education alive, and it does well. We have also created a number of new places that are yours. The Cultural Center, where we're busy all the time.
Cultural Center.
There's the Cultural Center down here. It is the old parkland, but it's not the parkland. It's the new Cultural Center in the West Flat. Spruce Lodge. Spruce Lodge is now found where the old Days Inn used to be, but it's been converted into a place where medical patients can go and look at and be looked after so they can attend to their medical needs. Then you have the Prince Albert Grand Council Northern Cultural Center. It's found in Candle Lake. It has a beautiful lodge there. It has a beautiful forest there, and it's used for those things. Our kids are there from every one of our First Nations that we work with closely on a weekly basis. They're healing there. And the Prince Albert Grand Council Urban Center, Jeff Despin's place. All these are new. Are there any staff members here in this audience today that have made it into our gathering? They're probably out back, but anybody, any First Nation, any PAGC staff here today, right now, in this audience, there might not be too many. No, they're all out back. The other 371 of them, they're still at their departments working. That's where they are. Senator Burns is not too... Senator Bighead, we'd ask you to come up and do a ribbon cutting, a quick one, for all of these places. There will be a grand opening for Spruce Lodge at the Days Inn, but that's a special place. That will be between the 11 chiefs of the Grand Council and the 1 chief from Hatchet Lake. That will be a special opening. But here we have an opening for all of these. You can see it would take a long time to do each and every one of them independently. So we've asked a couple senators, 3 of them actually, to come forward. Who is he? So for all these places, special James Burns, Charles Whitecap, Craig Bighead, these 3 senators are giving us their presence to make this happen. Face the audience, Senator. I don't know if Charles could handle that side there. Okay. Grand Chief, I'll give it to you. Yep. Grand Chief is going to cut the ribbon and open these 5 places formally. Your new places, places you own. These are yours. You created this tribal council 30, 40 years ago, and these are just additions. That's not what just exists. If the Grand Council ever shut down, you'd be selling these and getting money out of them. But that won't happen, considering the kind of support you have given us, and so much is appreciated. Any chiefs that are there, please stand up. This is your moment. Great City Chiefs, please stand up, please. Chiefs. Chiefs, we have them, we have them. This is theirs. They created this. One. The Grand Chief says, and then the Chief says don't. I listen to the Chief. Are we ready? One. Oh, wait. I get orders. Okay, are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, right on. The newest additions to the Prince Albert Grand Council, the 12 First Nations. Thank you, Senators. Thank you, Grand Chief. So I hope you think that your employees, that's us, your executive, the Grand Chief and the 2 Vice Chiefs, have been busy enough, and we hope that we serve you well enough that we can gain your appreciation. That's the end of my presentation. Oh, we have one more.
Special acknowledgement, Surgeon Lake Junior Chief and Council.
Oh, okay. We didn't know this, but we do have special guests. The Sturgeon Lake Junior Chiefs and Council.
Where are they?
Please stand. I'm going to say their names. Junior Chief Abraham Felix, stand up please. Junior Chief. Councilors Wendy Longjohn. Councilor Harmony Longjohn. Councilor Braden Roberts. Councilor Raymond Daniels. They are practicing the good ways of government while they're in high school. Yay, give them a big round of applause. All right. Thank you, Chief, for bringing your fellow chief. Appreciate it. Grand Chief, any final words? Okay.
So we'll move on to motion number 5. Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 28, 2024. Prince Albert Grand Council 2024 Annual Report. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly accept and approve the Prince Albert Grand Council 2024 Annual Report as presented. Do I have a mover? Chief Saizi. Do I have a seconder? Chief Joyce. Discussion? Question? Question called, thank you. So all in favor? So while the counters are out, please keep your hands up in the air. Thank you. So opposed, eh? Any opposed? I see no opposed. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Motion carried.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership 2024 Annual Report Presentation. Jeff Gay, Corporate Executive Officer.
Good afternoon, everyone. The report we're going to be going over is the one that we handed out earlier. If somebody doesn't have it, please put their hand up and we should have a few copies we can give to you. First, I just want to thank the Assembly for having us here today and asking us to present. I want to give a quick background. So I'm with Athabasca Basin Development, and our staff approximately 2 years ago was asked on an interim basis if we could manage Prince Albert Development Corp. As Ted DeYoung was retiring and there wasn't a succession plan implemented at that time. So given that we've worked very closely with Prince Albert Development Corporation over our 20-year history, it was a no-brainer for us to lend our services for the next 3 years. We're now 2 years into it, and we're nearing the end of our tenure as we're now well into our succession planning. So the report we'll be going over today is for the period ended March 31st, 2024. The results of Prince Albert Development Corporation have been very strong, in part due to an increase in commodities, whether it be uranium, gold, potash, you name it. It's been strong, and many of the resilient businesses that Prince Albert Development Corp has invested in continues to perform. Next slide, sorry. Or do I have it? Oh. Okay. So for the year ended March 31st, 2024, the profit for Prince Albert Development Corporation was $3.6 million. And when you allocate that to the 12 First Nations, that works out to $302,000 per band. And I should point out that 7 of the owners are development corporations, and 5 of the First Nations own the units and the shares directly. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, some of the highlights. On an annual basis, Prince Albert Development Corporation contributes $100,000 to PAGC sports and recreation activities, and that's done on an annual basis. Arctic Beverages is one of Prince Albert Development Corporation's largest holders, and that company covers 44% of Canada's geography, and this year completed an acquisition of a company called Oscardo, which is a national retailer of Indigenous arts products. Synergy 5 Investments, which was done in 2018, is now the 3rd largest cannabis company in Saskatchewan, now with 8 stores. Points North continues to be quite active because of the exploration that is going on in and around the Points North area, and they continue to have strong years. The distribution that was paid to the 12 owners was $50,000, and that dividend policy has been consistent from previous years. Western First Nations Hospitality consists of 4 hotels that the Grand Council owns, along with Meadow Lake Tribal Council and Peter Ballantyne, and they're located in Prince Albert, Meadow Lake, Vermilion, and Saskatoon. Riser continues to move forward and produce decent results, but they continue to struggle with shortages, and there is some light at the end of the tunnel as this year they announced a very significant pilot program that's starting to take place. And Glenmore, which is based in Prince Albert, continues to provide very strong and consistent results for Prince Albert Development Corp. As an owner. Next slide, please. And this is just a summary of the corporate structure of the company, starting off with the limited partners, the general partner, Prince Albert Development Corporation, the board of directors, management board, management, and the 6 investments that PAGC owns, as well as the First Nation University building on Central Avenue in Prince Albert. Next slide. So the last slide we have here is a summary of your partner's capital. And you can see that in the last several years, it's been starting to move upwards, which is a good trend. And so far this year, it looks like that trend will continue. And that is the end of the presentation. And do you call for the motion or do I? Okay. Thank you very much.
So motion number 6, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 28, 2024. Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership 2024 Annual Report. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly accept and approve the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership 2024 Annual Report as presented. Do I have a mover? Chief Ronnie Auger. Do I have a seconder? Chief Tammy Cook-Searson. Discussion? Call question? Question called, thank you. So all in favor? Okay, okay. So opposed? No opposed? Abstention? We have one abstention. Would you like to speak on your abstention? I think he's going to speak on his abstention, eh?
He is.
He is, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Not really a question, but just to raise the issue on the, I guess the $50,000 that goes out to every First Nation. And I know this is the last year's report, but what probably a good majority of you that are present here don't know, the Prince Albert Development Corporation is withholding your $50,000 that comes out every year about Christmas time. Now, the reasoning behind my I had asked once in this assembly, I think it was about 3 years ago, in the event, if there's one particular First Nation within that's a partner or holds shares to the Development Corporation, if that First Nation were to decide and just walk away and get its share, I don't know what it is, but it's probably ownership share. And it's based on just disappointing, that to hear that we won't receive the $50,000. That our members, and I think I was very vocal about this at our one of our chiefs meeting, that the decision was made to withhold that $50,000 for the, I don't know, it's 5 years, 6 years. So you won't see that anymore until, they're, and what it is to build the capital to do more purchases, I guess, of businesses, that's doing good. And I was one of the chiefs that voted against that motion. And I know there's some chiefs around this assembly that were not present either. They would probably voted against it. But you show a record of earnings, a profit of $3.6 million. And, I think I understand, 2023, 2024. That being the case, why does the development corporation have to take back that $50,000, which is, for all the 12 First Nations, it's 600. It equates to 600,000. That's how much is going to be held back, for the development corporation. And I was quite disappointed in when they made that decision. But with respect, for Solar Equination, I'm going to go back home and I'm going to ask my membership to give me a mandate to pull away from the Prince Albert Development Corporation and sell my shares. If this development corporation continues to take back what is really needed at the community level, do that once, twice, you wouldn't have a development corporation. I don't know if I expect a response, but I think I just leave that open with the Assembly. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments, Chief. Just to give some background, so as part of the succession plan, when you go out for a posting for a senior leader, the company has to be prepared to answer some questions from the applicants. So what PADC did in the last year was go through some strategic planning and answer some key questions of what the company should be doing going forward. And if you're going to bring in a senior leader to do investments, one of the questions would be is, do they have enough cash to do the investments? And so one of the challenges that PADC has had is, even though the earnings are starting to increase, the cash that's being distributed to PADC is not significant enough to be able to distribute a large amount. So as part of the planning process that was held over several sessions over the year, the board of directors of the PADC came forward with that motion and approved it and made the motion to basically sustain the dividend for a period of 5 years. And many of the board members went through the whole process, knew the pros and cons, and made that decision. I don't know the particulars of how the unanimous shareholders agreement works in this case, so I can't comment on that. But the main reason for holding back the dividend was so that the company could pursue larger acquisitions in the future, which they haven't been able to for the last several years. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Marcel Head and Jeff Gay. 81 were in favor, and the motion has been carried. Thank you.
Our next agenda, Prince Albert First Nation Business Development Limited Partnership Audit Financial Statement, Keith Fonstad, MNP LLP.
Thank you, and we'll jump right into the presentation. It's Jeff covered off most of it at a high level, so I'll get into just the audit part and then reinforce some of the information he had shared from the year end. Maybe slide. No, maybe if you just do next slide. The remote's not working. Yeah, the remote's not working, Barry. There we go. Oh, it's frozen. Okay. All right, well, so as the auditor, our role as the auditor is to be able to make sure that the information that's presented in the statements is something that can be relied upon and is accurate. So our, next slide, please. So our audit focused on, just back one. Our audit focused on the investments held by PADC or PAFN-BDLP. So we had, because we are not the accountants or auditors for all of the investments, we had to communicate with the other auditors, and in this case, there was 3 auditors and then there's 3 accountants. The difference is that 3 of the investments are audited, and then there's 3 investments that are at what's called a review engagement level, which is somewhere in between an audit and not really being looked at all. It's kind of in the middle. And so we did communicate with each of those accounting firms that related to those investments, and that was part of our audit, and we had no concerns that came out of that. It's about 85% of the investment value is audited, and 15% is subject to a review engagement. We also did then some additional procedures around the First Nations University building or property management and administration costs. Based on the work that we completed and the communications we had with other accountants, we were comfortable that the information was accurate, and our audit opinion is a clean or unmodified opinion, meaning that you, as a reader of these statements, can rely on the information presented by management. Some key information then from the financial statements. If we go forward 2 slides to the balance sheet. Jeff did mention this. As per the previous discussion, there is a little bit of cash that's being saved so far from the last about 4 years of investments. Balance is up to about $2 million of cash available at March 31st. The increase in value of the investments is up to $25 million. So total assets at 27, almost no payables. So that's really the partner's equity capital balance. Moving to the next slide. This is what the conversation was previously around the value not really changing in PADC over the last number of years. So after the sale of the hotels in 2008, the partner's capital value has basically stayed the same as the cash that has come in has been paid out to the member communities, and that value hasn't changed until starting in 22 when the investment started to build again. Next slide, please. The investments themselves, these are the operating revenues as found in the financial statements on Schedule 2. Again, this is a book number, so this is their net income number, not necessarily the cash paid out. This is the share of PAFN-BLP of the profit of those companies. So Arctic Beverages definitely had a very good year. Westwind was back in the positives in 23 and 24. And all investments actually had an increase in value there outside of the one small corporation. And with the cash in the bank, there was also additional interest revenue this year compared to the previous year of $36,000. So total investment income ended up being 3.8, up from 3.3 the year before. Next slide. This has 2 different line items here. So the bars, the dark blue bars going up and down is the amount of net income of the partnership compared to what's paid out, which is the line. So all years since 2016, when the cash distribution policy was set at the $50,000, was all paid out every year except in 2019, which was the result of an investment being made that year, as well as the investments not making a lot of money, as you can see by the bars. Next slide. Note 4 to the financial statements that's in the package that you've received, if you're following along. This is the value of the investments, or not value, this is the book value of the investments. They may be higher or lower if they are to be sold, but these are what's been recorded in the financial statements based on what's called an equity method. The big numbers there are obviously Westwind and Western First Nations Hospitality, which have been around for a longer time, and then Arctic Beverages continues to grow. Next slide. Taking those value of those investments since 2009, once the hotels were sold and the decision was to be an investor, it started out at about $7 million and has grown up to now $25 million. So progressively increasing in value through outside of the COVID years. Next slide. So just showing where you were in 2007, you had the 2 investments of Westwind and Western First Nation, about $3 million each. Compared to the next slide being 2024, which has the 6 investments. Westwind has grown from 3 million to 11. Western Hospitality has grown from 3 million to 5, and then there's an additional almost $7 million or $8 million of additional investments on top of there. So over the course of the 20 or 18 years, that's been a significant growth. Next slide. On the income statement, then we have the investment income of 3.8 that we talked about, some property management income of 260, offset by administration fees and donations of 348, and as well as a contribution made to PAGC of 70,000 for a net income of 3.6 that Jeff had mentioned in his presentation. Just to highlight for you the last two things from the financial statements. Next slide is Schedule 1, which is the property management. So that's the two locations that have rent that come in, offset by the costs related to those rental properties, which contributes $264,000 to the bottom line. And then the last schedule is Schedule 3, which talks about the cost to run the partnership. So we have the contract and the recreation fee contribution to PAGC, which is majority of the costs, as well as the one employee position, and then various professional fees and board costs. So that would be the key financial information for the limited partnership. While I'm up here, I'll do the PADC as well, and then I'll turn it over for both motions. So if we can go to the next slide, the Prince Albert Development Corporation is a partner in the limited partnership, so it basically has 3 transactions for the year. So only what we call a compilation report is done on that, and that's strictly to save money, because the audit is not necessary, because the information is basically all audited. Next slide. So the PADC has an investment in the partnership that we just talked about. Its carrying value of $353,000, as well as $5,000 in other investments that are part of that partnership, offset by a little bit of expenses as it relates to paying for accounting fees and taxes that are owing. So there is $4,000 of taxes to pay on the investment income, and that the balance sheet for PADC. And then if we go to the next slide, we have the income statement. So the allocation of the partner's income was $36,000, offset by the $3,000 of or $2,500 worth of operating costs, and then we had the $3,400 in taxes. And then the last slide is a highlighting of the 2 notes, the partnership investments that PADC holds, which is the main one of PAF and BDLP, as well as then the 4 general partner corporations that it owns directly on behalf of the partnership. So with that, that is the PAF, NBDLP, and PADC financial results as audited and compiled for 2024 for the presentation to Assembly today.
So I've got motion number 7, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 28, 2024. Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership, audited financial statements. Moved that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership audited financial statements, year ending March 31st, 2024. Do I have a mover? Chief Constant? Seconder? Chief Joyce McLeod? Thank you. Discussion? Question is called. Oh. John? What are we doing?
Discussion.
Discussion? Okay. Chief Wadidika? Sorry.
Okay, what's here? Okay, you're going to be talking. Chat out, stand up, choose the I heap the how PAGC touch be omnichia betic day. Whoopie the talker each happy. Just want to give a little background and express a little history on the discussion from my esteemed colleague, Chief Marcel. At the last management or board of directors meetings, it was decided that the 50,000 will be withheld for approximately 5 years to build up capital. However, there was a bit of, there was something that was lacking in that discussion. And what was lacking was a list of options for us to decide whether it was going to be 50% holdback, but it was just 100% holdback. And as you see, Prince Albert Grand Council still receives the $100,000. So while the bands that weren't part of the meeting are going to be withheld, or their 50,000 going to be withheld for a total of 250,000, while Prince Albert Grand Council's Recreation Department will stand to gain 500,000. So there needs to be a happy medium. When you look at the statement by Chief Marcel and what it amounts to, and you know, there's a there is a good opportunity here for us to correct a few of the changes that happened in 2004 in our foundational documents, in that former Grand Chief at the time, late Ron Michel, has started a process. In our foundational documents, you see there's 5 tribal councils. There's the Athabasca, the Woodland Cree, the Swampy Cree, the Plains Cree, and the Dakota, in order to find, I guess, a compromise. They put us into 4 sectors. Again, it was based on regional sectors: the Athabasca sector, the Woodland Cree sector, the Swampy Cree, and the Plains Dakota. Each one of these sectors was to have a vice chief to represent them. And over the years, it was always stated we need to go back to our foundational documents, and no work was done over the course of the years. And this is a good opportunity to go back, because to risk losing 1,253 members from Shoal Lake from this assembly is daunting and unthinkable. And I think we can utilize some of the funding retained within the Prince Albert First Nation Business Development Limited Partnership to hire either a consultant or a lobbyist, or even, you know, a vice chief for the eastern sector, and start that process to try to correct and finish the work of former Grand Chief, late Ron Michel. And that was the dream that he had in 2004 for this assembly. And I just want to say that, Madam Speaker, that I think that work needs to happen more sooner than later, because many of us that sit on the board of directors are not business people. When they tell us this company has, you know, this much EBITDA, we don't know what that is. However, when you look at the membership, and 7 of the bands have their own limited partnerships that are the owners of Prince Albert Development Corporation, those are the ones that should be sitting on the development board, the business people. And I think that would be, when you look at the total population of 47,000 people for Prince Albert Grand Council, I think it would do them a service to have competent people in school in the area of business to run the company. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Question called. Question called. Thank you, Chief Fodirica. So, all in favor? Oh, okay. I read this. Oh, I read out the motion already, so we'll move to the count. All in favor? To accept the financial report. Opposed? Three. Abstentions? Okay. Abstentions? Does anybody want to speak to their opposition? Okay. Yep. $63 in favor, motion carried. 6 opposed, no abstentions. Motion is carried. So we're going with the next one? Okay. So for motion number 8, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 28, 2024. Approval of the Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements. Moved that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements year ending March 31st, 2024. Discussion? Call question? Moved what? Oh, sorry. I forgot one part, sorry. I need a mover. Call question. Question's been called. I didn't even get the mover yet, though. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I forgot the first part. I need a mover for the motion. Okay. Seconder? Saizi, Chief Saizi, thank you. Question? We called question already, right? Yeah. Okay. So, all in favor? This is harder than I thought. Yeah. Yeah. I know, it's like jumping ahead.
You're listening to two.
Yes, yeah. Any opposed? This is for opposed. Keep your hands up. Any abstentions? Should I ask? if they wanna- Same thing. Did anybody want to speak on their opposition? Okay. Thank you. 71 in favor, motion carried. Thank you.
So the next agenda would be the reading of PAGC Women's Commission Act. Anita Peranto, Irene Sefferling.
I think we're out of here.
Anita and Irene. They've been very crucial to the development of this new act. They called for a meeting with the entire commission together to review it and review it and review it until they got it the way they wanted to have it. Then they brought it to a chief's meeting and went over it again. So once the chiefs have passed it, it comes to the assembly for final assent. I'll turn it over to these two young ladies.
Oops. Good afternoon, everybody. So, like Al said, we're here to present the Women's Commission Act, the first one of its kind since we had the Women's Commission when Shirley was running it. So we had a manual that was in place, and then Grand Chief put us to task to get a Women's Commission Act together. So hopefully we can give you a good presentation and don't fall asleep. And I'll just introduce Irene. Irene Sefferling is a consultant from Saskatoon that met with us in Edmonton back in July. And we were able to come up with an act, a draft, and then we brought it to the chief's table, and then it was passed. So now we're bringing it here. So I'll let Irene introduce herself, and we'll talk more about it. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Anita. Good afternoon. Grand Chief Hardlot, Vice Chiefs, Senators, Elders, and Prince Albert Grand Chiefs, and council members and distinguished guests. I'm honored to be here. Grand Chief Hardlot asked me if I'd work with the Women's Commission, and it was a great honor to do that. As Anita said, we developed an act, and we developed a set of governing policies, and we're here to go through the act with you just very briefly. we did hold a retreat in Edmonton, and I must tell you that the Women's Commission is made up of some very intelligent and capable women. You can be very proud of your representatives. They worked very hard to develop this act. I'm just going to cover a few highlights. The act is available in hard copy at the back table at the registration desk, so if you don't have a copy yet, I would encourage you to pick up a copy. I want to just cover a few sections. If you have any questions or comments on any of this, you could reach out to Anita and/or me at any point in time after our presentation today. The Prince Albert Grand Council established the Women's Commission in 1992, and as you've heard many times, it was led very ably by Shirley Henderson. And at the Edmonton retreat, 2 new leaders were chosen, and that was Anita Parenteau as a chair and Tanya Mustis as a vice chair. There were 4. Thank you. The Prince Albert Grand Council decided that they needed women representatives for a couple of areas. One is to, well, overall, to look after the needs, to identify and look after the needs of women, elders, youth, and any vulnerable members in their community. They wanted the Women's Commission to help protect the rights of Treaty and Status Indians, to provide advisory services. You will notice that Anita, as chair, has a voting position on the Prince Albert Grand Council, to identify needs in the areas of health, social development, education, and culture, and they fully intend to do that. It started off with food and warm clothes, Al, and it's advanced way beyond that. And they're also asked to participate in a number of other boards and committees. So that's their mission and their purpose. The appointment process was in place, and we refined it a little bit. The 14 members of the Prince Albert Grand Council Women's Commission is made up of 1 member from 10 First Nations and 2 members from the larger First Nations. That's the Lac La Ronge Indian Band and the Peter Ballantyne Cree Band. The Women's Commission members are appointed for 3 years. They are looking to the chiefs and council to appoint the best representatives from each of your nations. Did you open this one? Yeah, thank you. They're hoping to keep the women for at least 3 years. They need that continuity. It takes a little bit of time for the women to learn what their role is and then to be able to contribute in a meaningful way. The women, as I said, they're looking for the highest quality women from each of your nations, and we know that you have them. They want women who have a passion and a mission for the Women's Commission. The women who are natural leaders in your community, they're already doing the advocacy work in your nation. When the women are appointed, they must abide by a set of guidelines that sets out their code of conduct. They're looking for women to set their high bar of behavior, ethical behavior, and acting with integrity when they're on the commission and they're out as representatives of the Women's Commission. They're very conscious of conflict of interest. So when a conflict arises, when people have divided loyalties, their personal, financial, or other interests might conflict with the decisions that are making around the table with the Women's Commission. That conflict of interest needs to be brought to the attention of the chair and the vice chair, and probably they'll be asked not to participate in the discussion or decision-making related to their conflict of interest. They want to make sure that at all times, all members of the Women's Commission are able to make good decisions in the interests of the whole Women's Commission and the communities that they serve. If there are any difficulties with any members, if they're unable to fulfill their role, or if there are problems in performance, the chair and the vice chair may come to you as chief and council to say, there's an issue here and we need to talk about how to resolve that, to make sure that they have the highest performance levels at all times. As I said, one of the areas that the PAGC wanted the Women's Commission to play a role in is as representatives on other boards and committees. So the Women's Commission members have been appointed to, as I said, the Prince Albert Grand Council, and to other commissions and committees such as Housing, Justice, and Education. Then you get that extra informed voice around those tables as well. The Women's Commission members are paid for their performance, for their attendance, and their expenses are compensated in many cases, and they will follow the guidelines to ensure that that compensation is adequate and appropriate and based on the PAGC guidelines. Those are the highlights, as I said, of the Act and where the changes have been made. They have a set of governing policies that sets out their meeting processes and other areas like that. So we're happy to talk to you about those if you wish offside. I want to thank Anita very much for her support and her hard work and her dedication, and also Dina Nelson and Cheryl Kimbley, who were really essential to pulling all of this together. Thank you again for allowing me to come and speak in front of you.
Questions? Did you have any questions? I think there's a motion. If there's no questions, she'll come up with the motion. Huh? Yeah, okay.
So I've got motion number 9. Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 28, 2024. Motion to adopt the PAGC Women's Commission Act. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve and adopt the PAGC Women's Commission Act as presented. So do I have a mover? Chief Saizi. Do I have a seconder? Chief Tisani. Discussion? Call to question? Question is called. Thank you. So all in favor? Opposed? I see no opposed. Abstentions? No abstentions. Just carry it through? Should I carry it, or do I wait for a number? Okay. Huh? Yeah. So we have 90 in favor. The motion is carried. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to all the chiefs and all the supporters. You know, I have big shoes to fill. You know. Pardon? Oh, I thought they were trying to stop me. I just wanted to say thank you. I feel really good right now. I was really worried about the act and being up here speaking in front of all you, but you're all my relations, and I just want to say I love you and thanks for all the support, and we'll see you in the future in our future events and whatever it is that we'll be planning. Igasa, thank you.
Prince Albert Grand Council now has 6 foundational documents. Good work to the Women's Commission. Thank you. Thank you for what they will be what they've been doing and what they will do in the future. And thank you, chiefs, for walking that through as well in the past as you voted for it and put all your support behind this document. Thank you. Grand Chief.
No, thank you. That's for that, Chiefs, for that the Act, the Women's Commission Act. We didn't have an act before. We just had a manual, but now it's part of the governance that make the Prince Albert Grand Council a document. So with that, thank you very much.
So the next one is the Bobby Bird Award, Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship Award, Edward Marasti, PAGC Education.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the elders for the opening prayer and the pipe ceremony this morning and the drum group. It gives us quite a privilege and honor to be a part of the Bobby Bird Memorial Award. And it's for students from the PAGC First Nations who are recognized and honored for achievements in academic success for this past year, 2023, 2024. So let's give a big round of applause for those that participated and submitted their applications. They all deserve a big round of applause. A lot of hard work. The annual Bobby Bird Memorial Awards were established in honor of the late Bobby Bird, who was actively involved in politics. He served his people as councillor of the Montreal Lake Reserve, Vice Chief of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, and supporter of educational programs for First Nations youth. 6 students were selected from grades 7 to 12. They are nominated by their teachers and guidance counselors. They had to have obtained a minimum of a 65% average. Our First Nations member from the Prince Albert Grand Council bands are enrolled in their respective grades 7 to 12 in this past year, and grades 10 to 12 inclusive must have had an official Saskatchewan education transcript. The criteria that these applicants submitted was academic achievement, effort, attendance, athletics, First Nations language, special talents and activities, traditional cultural skills, and community service. So the family of the late Bobby Bird and the PAGC executive and our office have been, once again, are excited to give this year's awards to the recipients. So I'm going to have my colleague come up and introduce the grades 7 to 12 nominees and winners of the 2023-2024 school year.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vincent Britton. I'm from the James Smith Cree Nation, and I work for the Prince Albert Grand Council Education. So this year, when we sent out the applicants, we went through a selection committee, and we came up with these award winners. So for the grade 7, and I don't see the PowerPoint up on a screen, but we'll go forth regardless. So grade 7, we have Donalyn Shelby Nadahow from Senator Allen Bird Memorial School, Montreal Lake Cree Nation, recipient of $500, 77% average, 90% attendance. She enjoys powwows and dancing. Loves taking part in powwows across the province. She enjoys playing soccer and attending the summer games. She quite enjoys making powwow regalia and ribbon skirts. So we'd like to welcome Donalyn Shelby Nadahow for grade 7 recipient.
Okay, wait, guys, I'm kind of. Tansei, good afternoon. Elders, chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank our Creator for another day. My name is Donalyn Nadahow. I am 13 years old. I am currently attending Lakeridge School in Saskatoon. The majority of my school years were at the Senator Allen Bird Memorial School in Montreal Lake Cree Nation. I stand up here as a proud Indigenous girl. I am beyond grateful for receiving this award. I would like to thank my previous teacher, Sandra Kingfisher, for nominating me. I would also thank my family, mainly my dad, Auntie Precious, and my cook and Bev for being there for me, for pushing me on my studies, sports, and also for believing in me. I would also like to thank the Bobby Bird Memorial Committee for selecting me. With that, I want to congratulate the rest of the winners. Teniki Nina Naskumun. Did I say that?
Congratulations again to Donalyn Shelby Nadaho from Senator Alan Bird. Our next award winner is Mila Bird from Birch Hills. She was part of Sask Rivers, but she's from the Montreal Lake Cree Nation. She has a 90% average, 90% attendance. Mila enjoys painting, dancing, drawing in her spare time. She enjoys hunting with her father. She also enjoys beading in her spare time. Her long-term goal is to attend a university in the health field to become a dermatologist. Mila Bird. Mila Bird.
I am Mila Bird, and I would just like to thank my teachers and my family for always pushing me to my limits and always making sure that I can do the best that I can.
Congratulations again to Mila Bird, everyone. The next winner is Javier Bonale. I sure hope I pronounced that correctly. From Father Port Memorial Dene School. 80% average, 98% attendance, great sense of humor that leads to establishing great friendships. He plans to attend higher learning and explore his options. These options would include becoming a doctor or a paramedic. He is very friendly and shows respect to staff and students alike. He has good communication skills and a positive outlook on his education. Javor Bonale.
My letter for the Bobby Bird Award. Hello, my name is Javor Bonale from Black Lake, Saskatchewan. I have 3 brothers and 2 sisters. I am very thankful to have loving and caring parents for supporting me for all these years. I have learned so much in grade 9, and I would also love helping my classmates. I would love to thank the Bobby Bird Award family and PAGC for making this happen. I would also like to thank all the wonderful teachers who have taught me throughout the years.
I had to move the mic down because he's so tall. So congratulations to Javor Bonale. Congratulations again. I'm going to hand this over to my colleague, Mr. Edward Morasti.
Okay, now we have the grades 10 to 12. And I want to begin with Logan Bird from Carleton Comprehensive High School, and is also a member of the Montreal Lake Cree Nation. His average was 84.5%. 98% attendance. He has a positive, kind, and strong work ethics, which allows him to succeed in any task given. Enjoys helping in cultural events in his community, and puts on in Malinosa, learning about his woodland heritage, and he enjoys helping others when they need a helping hand. So let's give a big round of applause to Logan Bird, grade 10 Bobby Bird Memorial Award winner.
Good afternoon. I acknowledge you all. My name is Logan Roy Bird from Montreal Lake Cree Nation. I have 3 siblings in my family, Akira, Kayla, and Phoenix. I was brought up by my grandmother, Chief Joyce. I am 15 years old and in grade 11 at Carleton Comprehensive High School. Attending Carleton has been very helpful for myself in choosing which career I plan to pursue in a couple of years. I would like to thank the family of late Bobby Bird Scholarship Committee and the PAGC staff for making this opportunity a possibility for us students. Thank you for accepting my application for the award. I plan to save mine for the future use. Thank you all, and see you next year.
Next, we have for grade 11, Delaney Chartrand, also from Senator Allen Bird Memorial School, Montreal Lake. They possess a 93% average, 90% attendance, and she has the drive to succeed as she faces her challenges with commitment and diligence. She has strong leadership qualities as she maneuvers through her studies to attend nursing college in the future. And in the future, she would like to attend the nursing college and give back to her community. So let's give a big round of applause for Delaney Chartrand.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the chance to come up here today. I wanted to thank my teacher, McKenna, for bringing me here today and helping me throughout my education at Senator Allen Bird. I wanted to thank my family for supporting me throughout everything. And yeah, thank you guys.
Next, we have the grade 12 from Edie Fian Catholic High School, a Lac La Ronge Indian Band member from Little Red Reserve, Janessa Morasti, who has a 92% average, graduate of Edie Fian Catholic High School with great distinction, 90% attendance. Although she's still 17, she is currently attending the Indian Teacher Education Program at the University of Saskatchewan. Once she completes her education degree, she will be a 4th-generation educator in her family. She also attended the Raven program, a Canadian Navy initiative offered to Indigenous youth with the completion of honors. She has dedicated her life to her education and future endeavors in the Canadian Navy. So let's give a big round of applause to Janessa Morasti.
Danse Lanate, ladies and gentlemen. Nitiga san Janessa Morasti, Mr. He se ahekanak ochenia egua nehia omania. Saskwatumina tekok ni weekend. Nimio macheon anut. Hello everyone. My name is Janessa Morasti and I am a member of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. Last year marked my final year of high school as I completed my grade 12 at Edie Fian Catholic High School. I'm sincerely honored to be the recipient of the 2024 Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship, and I'm grateful to be here with you all today. First and foremost, I would like to extend my thanks to all of my teachers who played a crucial role in supporting my academic journey. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to my parents for their support throughout my education. In 2023, I had the opportunity to enroll in the Raven program, which is designed for Indigenous youth to work alongside Navy recruits in the Canadian Armed Forces. This transformative training took place in Victoria, BC, where I gained invaluable lessons on discipline, community, and personal growth. During our graduation ceremony, I was honored to receive the Outstanding Dedication Award. Currently, I am enrolled at the Naval Reserve Base in downtown Saskatoon, where I serve as a Naval Combat Information Operator, continuing my commitment to serving my community. One of the most exciting aspects of this experience is the travel opportunities. In my grade 12 year, I achieved academic excellence, completing my credits and graduating. I was proud to receive the Biology 30 Academic Award for my efforts. Following graduation, I enrolled at the University of Saskatchewan in the Indian Teacher Education Program, where I plan to major in biology. This new academic journey has been both rewarding and challenging, and I'm grateful for the experience. As a recipient of the Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship for grade 12, I intend to invest into furthering my academic endeavors. Thank you once again for this incredible honor. Tinige Marcicho Miugis Kansik.
Let's give a big round of applause to all the recipients for this year's Bobby Bird Memorial Award. And also just an encouragement for all our leadership to encourage your youth to make that application known for the Bobby Bird Memorial Award, because it's such a great honor to recognize the hard achievements, the hard work that's taken by these young men and women that will become our leadership for tomorrow. So again, let's give a big round of applause. And I think we're going to be taking some pictures with the rest of the family here right away. So, Tinige.
Rose and Rosalie.
Give them a big hand, folks. Great achievements. Our next generation of leaders.
No, you did good. You did really good. Yeah, it happens. It happens.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. See you. Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too.
Simon will be like, hey, want to make it better?
I'm going to get up there and say, I just lost my voice.
Oh, Sure, get some water.
I'm going to thank those speaker
You do
and
that,
deputy
my friend.
speaker,
You do that, my friend.
and then I'm going to introduce you guys. Okay? Okay.
Do that.
That's yours, Harold?
No, that's.
Oh, that's yours, Simon?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Edward and Vince, for the job you did there. It's a lot of work, and they did a good job. Thank you. We're ready to move on to a new chapter here. But we had a speaker, Rose Paquette, the main speaker for the past day. We'll hear pretty well. Can we give Rose a big hand? Thank you, Rose. And we had a deputy speaker, Rosalie Settee. Can we give Rosalie a big hand? Hey, way to go. Thank you very much, ladies. It's always a difficult job. They take one or two kind of training sessions, and then we all give them advice. Everybody's giving them advice, and they get even more confused sometimes. But we get them through it, and they did a fine job. But here we are. We are ready to go into the Election Act itself. And we have two fine gentlemen here who are going to lead you through the next portion. The governance. We're going into an election. And for that, the 12 chiefs have chosen these two gentlemen. We had two ladies doing the speaker and deputy speaker. Now we have two men doing the chief electoral officer and the deputy. So I'm going to introduce, then turn it over to these gentlemen. Chief Electoral Officer Simon Bird. Simon Bird. Simon Bird. Sorry, I'm still in a Bobby Bird before. I know Simon for a long time. I don't know why I screwed up and said that. Simon Job. Simon, please come to the table, to the mic. And Deputy Speaker, we have Harold Burns. Harold, he will wait for Simon to lead the way. Simon, go ahead. Sure.
Thank you, Al. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing today? So the next process is the process of our due to democracy of our nations of PAGC. I would like to thank the people, the person that opened the ceremonies today, the prayer. This democracy is so important to our nations and for our youth. What I will be doing is we're going to be reading out the nomination process. My Deputy Electoral Officer, Harold Burns, will be doing that. And I'd like to thank you for your patience. Congratulations to everybody that was winning awards here. It's very, very powerful, very meaningful to acknowledge people that make up this nation we call PAGC. So without further ado, I'm going to get my, my colleague to read out the nomination process. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Harold Burns. I'm from the James Smith Cree Nation, and I would like to thank my chief for putting my name forward for becoming the Deputy Returning Officer. The nomination procedure. The electoral officer shall preside. 18.1. 18.2. The electoral officer shall have on hand all declaration of intent forms. 8.3. The nomination day for executive positions shall be the day before the date of the elections / by-elections. 18.4. The election officer shall officially open the meeting for the nominations. 18.5. All nominations shall be moved and seconded by the registered delegates designated on the declaration of intent forms signed by each candidate. The nomination and the seconder named on each declaration of intent may be amended, and they have to be submitted no later than the date 1 hour before the nomination meeting commences. 18.6. All candidates shall personally signify their acceptance of the nominations to the Assembly. 18.7. No person shall nominate or second more than one individual for any elected position. 18.7. All nominations for the position shall be done in a time frame prescribed by the electoral officer and before any candidate speeches are delivered to the Assembly. 18.9. When the electoral officers are satisfied that all nominators and seconders have affirmed their motion to name their prospective candidates, and all eligible candidates have affirmed their intention to let their names stand or declined the opportunity a nomination cease shall be deemed in order by the electoral officer and his or her deputy, and the motion shall be carried upon a show of hands by the majority of the Assembly. Then in attendance voting in favor of the motion. 18.10. The nominations and candidates shall immediately determine their speaking order. Example, by consensus, drawing of lots / numbers, or flipping a coin. Who's got a coin nowadays? If they are unable to come to any agreement, their name shall be drawn in the hat by the electoral officer and his designate, and the speaking order shall be determined by the order in which the names are drawn. 18.11. The nominations and candidates shall be limited to a maximum of A, 2 minutes for the nominators, and B, 10 minutes for the candidates. 18.12. After the nomination meeting is officially closed by the Assembly, and before the Assembly is adjourned for the day, the time, place, and procedures for the polling must be announced by the electoral officer to the Assembly. 19. Procedures for polling day on executive elections. 19.1. The ballots, the polling station, and all the facilities required are the responsibility of the electoral officer, including the supervision of all polling stations. 19.2. The initial polls shall be open from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. If there is not a clear majority for any one candidate following the count, a new ballot shall be drawn up, and the time for the next poll shall be announced by the electoral officer. Voting shall be done by secret ballot. 19.4. There shall be one or more secure ballot boxes administered by the executive officers. 19.5. Each candidate shall be entitled to one scrutineer and one alternate, and one of those persons shall be witness to the election procedure and or actual counting of the ballots. 19.6. Electoral officers will be notified officially, declare the first poll closed at 12 o'clock noon on the polling day. 19.7, the electoral officer shall oversee in full view of the assembly the counting of the ballots. 19.8, any candidate who receives a simple majority of the eligible votes, 50% plus one of the total number of delegates, shall be declared the winner. 19.9, no candidate shall receive a simple of the eligible votes, 50 plus one of the total number of delegates. The electoral officer shall proceed to a further or subsequent ballots as required until one candidate has a simple majority of the assembly supporting his or her election. Each new ballot shall drop the names or persons who receive the fewest votes and the names of any persons who decides to withdraw from subsequent ballots. 19.10, in the event of a tie between the two top runners or in the event of neither of the top runners receiving a simple majority of the eligible votes, 50 plus one of the total number of eligible voting delegates, another ballot will be conducted until one candidate receives a simple majority of the eligible votes, plus 50 plus one of the total number of eligible voting delegates supporting his or her candidacy. 19.11, the times for the second and subsequent ballots will be announced by the electoral officers prior to the polls reopening. The vote, the count, opening of the ballots, closing of the polls, counting and reopening of the polls, etc., shall be followed one another until one candidate receives a simple majority and of the eligible votes 50% plus one of the total number of delegates can be declared the winner. 19.12, the electoral officer will officially declare the final results of the election or by-election. 19.13, upon conclusion of the election/by-election, the electoral officer shall seek a motion that all the ballots be kept for a period of at least 30 days after the election, and it is there that no appeals, and if there is no appeals to the election, that the ballots shall be thereafter be destroyed. If there is an appeal, the ballots will be kept until the appeal has been heard and a final decision rendered. Thereafter, the chairman of the appeal board and the electoral officer shall jointly determine when the ballots are to be destroyed. 19.14, there shall be no loitering near or around the polling stations until the election or by-election while the ballots are being cast. Scrutineers shall observe from the area designated by the electoral officer, which allows the scrutineers to observe the procedure but does not allow them to interfere with the movement of the delegates through the polling stations. 20, appeals. Upon voting delegation or a candidate shall have 30 days from the day after election by-election to appeal the results of election/by-election. 20.2, an appeal must be in writing to the electoral officer and must contain the details of the grounds upon which the appeal is made, and a written acknowledgement from the appellant agrees to abide by the decision of the appeals committee. 20.3, the Prince Albert Grand Council Appeals Commission shall consist of 1 appointed chairman, 4 senators, elders, 1 Women's Commission member, and 1 member at large, none of whom may be a voting delegate, candidate, or nomination or seconder. 20.4, grounds for an appeal are restricted to campaign and/or election practices which contravene with this act. 20.5, the PAGC Appeals Committee shall adjudicate appeals upon the election by election of the Grand Council and Vice Chiefs. A, the PAGC Appeals Committee will rule on whether to allow or disallow an appeal hearing within 10 business days of the receipt of the written notice of appeal. B, if it is be judged there is sufficient evidence to warrant an appeal, the Appeals Committee may order a hearing within 10 business days of their decision. 20.6, an appeal hearing will take place consisting of A, electoral officer and a deputy electoral officer. B, the appellant. C, the candidate whose election or by-election is being contested. D, the PAGC Appeals Committee and their solicitor. 20.7, the Appeals Committee, prior to making their decision, may order verification of statements made by the appellant or by the candidate or by the electoral officers. 20.8, the final decisions of the Appeals Committee regarding the election by-election must be made within 10 days following the hearing and shall represent a final binding decision of all parties involving and regarding the election by-election. The Appeals Committee shall make one of the following decisions. A, deny the appeal on the grounds of evidence presented did not indicate an infraction of the Act, and so advise the Council of Chiefs, member First Nations bands, and the appellant. B, uphold the appeal, but allow the election by-election to stand on the grounds that the infraction would not represent or be seen to have affected the result of the election by-election. Or C, uphold the appeal and call for a new election by-election within 21 days of the determination of the appeal, given clear infraction such as the reason for the original appeal to be collected. There shall be a new or additional nominations beyond the slate that ran in the election by-election, and that the subject of the appeal, but no candidate shall compel to allow his or her name to stand again. 20.9, if the appeal hearing overturns the result of the election or by-election, the Council of Chiefs, it says. The Council of Chiefs shall call a new by-election for the positions involved, and it shall be conducted in accordance with this Act. In the interim, the Council of Chiefs may assign another member of the Executive Council to carry out the duties of the vacant office. Thank you very much for listening. Hi.
Thank you very much, Harold. Next order of business is to open up to proceed with the election pursuant to PAGC Election Act. Motion number 10. Prince Albert Grand Council, Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center. Motion to proceed with 2024 Prince Albert Grand Council election pursuant to PAGC governance legislation. Move that the 2024 Prince Albert Grand Council executive election be conducted pursuant to Prince Albert Grand Council Election Act, and that the successful candidate, upon being sworn in, act in compliance with the PAGC Election Act and the PAGC Executive Act. I need a mover. Chief Subayr. Seconder. Vice Chief Helcrow. All in favor? Keep them up, please, and thank you. Opposed? Well, that's good. All in favor? No, just kidding. What's the numbers? Oh, okay. You gotta have a little laugh every now and then, guys. I know it's a serious thing, but that's how we survived, right? Laughter. 108 in favor. So the motion is passed. Motion to open nomination for Athabasca Vice Chief. Move that nominations for the position of Athabasca Vice Chief commence. Mover, please. Mover. Mover to open nominations. Chief Rene Shaboyer. Seconder. Alvin Mustus. Counselor. James Smith. Vice Chief. In favor. So that's it. You just open them up for nominate, right? Yep. Okay. Where's that paper? Where's that paper? Motion 11. Where's that list there? I got the list. Oh, very good. Motion passed. In favor, 111. Now open the floor to your the nomination. So I need a nominator. This is for Vice Chief position. I have a nominator, Chief Bart Tassani. Mic number 2, please.
Good afternoon. I nominate Joseph Smythe Tisani for Prince Albert Grand Council Vice Chief.
Seconder. Chief Joyce McLeod, Montreal Lake Cree Nation. Do you accept?
Chief Joyce McLeod, I'll second the nomination.
My apologies. Do you accept? Mic 2, please.
I do accept.
Okay, thank you. I'll open for more nominations. Councillor Willie John Laurent.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Willie John, the Councillor of Fond du Lac First Nation. I will nominate Louis Mercury for the Vice Chief for the Prince Albert Grand Council.
Seconder. Chief John Wadidika. Mic 9, please.
Good afternoon. Chief John Wadidika from Mkhpetun. I second the nomination for Chief candidate Louis Mercredi. Okay.
Louis Mercredi, do you accept? Thank you. Open for any more nominations. Oh. We have a mover here for Mike 11, please.
Good afternoon. I'm not a mover. I'm going to nominate Frida Colleen Whitedeer for the Vice Chief, Athabasca area. Thank
you. Nominator Chief Zachary Whitecap. Seconder, please. We have Councillor Louise standing. Mike, please. Go with Mike 9, please.
Lois Standing, Wapayton, Dakota Nation. I support the nomination for Colleen Whitedeer.
Frida Colleen Whitedeer, do you accept?
I do.
Thank you. Nominations open. Nominator Edward. Andrew.
Andrew Ridor, Bank Councillor, Fond du Lac. I nominate June Strong for PAGC.
Thank you, nominator. Seconder. William Billy Adam. Mike, please. Mike 3.
I, William Adam from Fond du Lac, I nominate second nominator for Joan Strong for PAGC.
Thank you, William. Joan Strong, do you accept?
I accept.
Thank you. We are on. Before we move on, I would like to ask for the respect of this democracy of PAGC elections. If I can ask every one of you guys to wait until you can hand out your pamphlets, those kind of things, because we want to respect everybody that's running. We want to go through the speeches, and then you can do that part next. Please and thank you. Respect that.
I would like to make a motion to close the nominations for the Athabasca Vice Chief. So I'm looking for a mover. Chief Ronnie. Seconder, Chief Constant. All in favor? Any opposed? How many in favor? $131 in favor. Thank you very much.
We have 4 candidates. Give them a big hand. All the best to them. At this time, I will ask all candidates to come up to over here and have a discussion in regards to how we're going to do this in regards to who speaks first, who speaks second, third, and fourth. And can you come up to the stage, please, and thank you.
Your speech.
Yes. At this time, I would like to call up Councillor Willie John Laurent, nominator for Louis Mercredi, and then right after Willie, Louis Mercredi will make his speech. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I will say a few words for Louis. I know Louis very well. Louis was a former councillor and former chief. And he does lots for his family, for his life. And he was a chief, and he did very well for till the turn comes. And for these 4 people, I hear for these people, whoever gets in, the member said, why the chief or the vice chief or the grand chief doesn't come to our community? Well, these people, if we want to come to our community, we have to invite them before they come. We don't know what's up what kind of special day we have in our community, what's upcoming. We have to let them know, to invite them, not a day before, not a week, like a month or 2 notice. Then they'll come. Because I hear this many times, that's what I say, this is just to keep in mind. this is the same as FSIN. All those chiefs are the same thing. We have to invite them before they come to our community for any kind of event. Because I know this for many years, because I've been in this position for so many years. From beginning the vice chief and grand chief, I worked with John E. McDonald, Ed Benoni, Emil Hansen, Don Deranger, and Smitey Sani. And the Grand Chief, I know AJ,
Thank you. Louis Mercredi.
Marcy Silotina, Tonta Dana, Association Letter, Taha Dangoder, the Gilo, Dangoder Sigilo, Taun Sugali, Edres Naus, and Nanebeba, Akin Akoi, Sernito Dangoder, a Yichuha no about Sezini, Marcy. First of all, I'd like to thank the Creator for this beautiful day that was given to us here. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Louis Mercredi, a former chief and former bank consular of my nation, and a successful businessman. I still practice my way of life, living off the land, trapping, fishing, and live a positive lifestyle. My eyes are playing games with me as I'm getting older. I'd like to acknowledge the former leaders that built this organization. I'd also like to thank my nominator, my seconder, and I'd like to thank my wife, my biggest supporter. Thank you. I believe I have the experience as a former chief for this position that I'm running for. I have good experience in that. We need to develop a sustainable economic development for our people for generations to come. I will protect and preserve our treaties, our traditional lands, and maintain our traditional values as they are the center of our identity and strength. Our language, our culture, our history. We always talk about housing issues right across First Nation communities in Saskatchewan, high cost of living. We can work on these things. By working together, we can do lots. We need to be united as one strong voice. That's how we're going to be strong. I've got some pretty good experience with the industry as well. I know there's some new developments in the south there that I can have my input on it as well, with the experience that I have with the industry. And also the safety of our communities, mental health and wellness, and addictions. As we can see, as you look around the city, there are how many of our people on the streets with addictions, and also in our home communities, drugs, alcohol. addictions, then it also affects the families. It affects the families and the communities. We need to work together as one to make a plan of how we can resolve these issues that we face on a daily basis within our own home communities. I am ready for this position as a former leader. I am ready for this next chapter in politics. I will work for you by working with you. I am your voice. One other thing too is I've been part of land claims there for the past many years, and comprehensive claims. We are one of the first communities in Saskatchewan and Canada to settle our agriculture benefits. We set a precedence for Canada. Right then too, after we settled that, we started working on ammunition and twine. We're in the ratification process on that. There again, we set a precedence again for Canada and Saskatchewan. And there are a lot of more comprehensive claims that are outstanding that we need to work on for our people. With the experience that I had, there was I'm going to tell you a little story. I got invited to a hearing in Rankin Inlet last year. There's a mining company there. They were proposing to the feds for 12 500-foot windmills right on the calving grounds of our caribou. We opposed on that. We fought, we argued for 8 days, 10 days. On the 8th day, they rejected their proposal. As we were doing our presentation in a crowd like this, the Inuit, they did not have that experience that we have with industry. We live with industry for the past over 100 years now. We have the experience. There's pros and cons to the industry. When we were doing the presentation, the Inuit were so happy that we were there, protecting their livelihood and ours at the same time. As I was doing my presentation there, I could see Inuit tearing up. That really made me stronger of what I've done, protecting our way of life as Northern people. Another thing too, on our land claims, I've been a part of land claims for the past 25 years or so, directly and indirectly. Directly when I was out trapping for 17 consecutive years in our traditional territory. Indirectly, you know, as a chief, I worked on that file as well, and here I am still representing my nation as a board of directors. We've come to a resolution on that as well. We settle on a land size of 170,000 square kilometers. We will be put on Canadian map when everything is done. That's another huge accomplishment for our people. There are a lot of things we can do together as nations. Even though the title says Athabasca Vice Chief, but I will make sure I work with the 12 nations, represents 28 communities, and approximately 34,000 people that PAGC represents. I will make myself available upon request, but there are times that, you know, nothing needs to be requested when it comes to tragedies. I will make myself present to your community. We all face these issues on a weekly basis throughout our communities. I speak from the heart. I'm a man of my word. And I'm asking for your support to be your next Athabasca Vice Chief. And I will work with Eastern sectors to build a position for Eastern sector Vice Chief position as well. They don't have a representative in the Eastern sector. This might sound a lot, but we start on things, we can get it done together. I've met a lot of elders during my campaign trail there. I've met a lot of beautiful people out there. A lot of good stories. And I will continue to work for you. Tell you a story about my personal family. My mother's generation was the last nomadic people. She, as a child, they moved around with a caribou. My parents lived on the land till they were into their mid-80s. They both had perished now. Their love of the land, I still carry with me, and I still teach our youngsters in the community. Me and my late father, we had taken a lot of young people, randomly picked kids as we were going back to the trap line. These kids out there having issues at home, we pick them and we take them to the land. And nowadays, they were kids now, they're full-grown adults now. They are out there providing for their families of what we had taught them, living off the land, keeping up with our traditional values. That's what we need, land-based education as well. There are so many drugs out there. After the pandemic, getting the SERP circulations, that's where all these drugs had increased within our communities. We need to make a plan, work together in a place like this. Yeah, okay.
Next, I will call up a nominator, Edward Andrew Isidore, nominator for Joan Strong.
Well, thank you. It's not easy to stand up here in front of a lot of people, but we need a lot of support for up north. We are struggling with everything. Housing, high cost of food we have, shortage of housing. We are really struggling up there, but we need a lot of support up there. But we need strong voices for our nation and youth. You don't see that they are crying in their heart, but we can see them. They can show it, we will help, but we can't see them. But we have to do something about it. They are struggling to get help anyway, and one more thing. We are losing our culture towards gaming, cell phone, but we have to take our kids, our youth, out on the land. We are losing our culture. We have to bring it back into our families. Well, what do you call it? The way we were taught on our land. We have a backyard in our hometown. A lot of my age never been to that backyard. They didn't know that land is there. But we have to take our people out there, take it back into our community and share it to our young ones so they can carry on. So we need a strong voice for our whoever's
Candidate Joan Strong.
Tanse, Glenente, how are you? My name is Joan Strong. I'm a proud member of Black Lake First Nation, which I was born into, born and raised in the Athabasca region. I have been working for the last 21 years for Prince Albert Grand Council, running their employment and training program. That's what led me to come and accept this nomination. Marcy, silutine. Jan dunzine, Jan nobathi hasabanunta. Yote senene ta ombek anestha. Sidzi abelani tangeze ta ese nizu ta ese sirayeha eyeha du Jan sizini a. Siti Jan honare 21 years ago halas now ta hadiziya. Kuli dizi yats endu la no nene la denius kidanit inike. Eyi ta thedaye hanisanu dene hayu bekwan tu hetle lanis. Nuni dene no kwan skidanit inede no skene no kadanet has. Hanto zetusli no naidisli nesni. Eyi no ze eyat as. Dene hont elo nuni nont e. Dan no it's edi. Et eaudilis. Where you nize lant e denen sequinatsu. You nize la on nane sequi bequani delilene. Eyi bayasti hadunja thiyans. Salutine. Mercy. Friends and family, I accepted this position due to my 21 years of experience with Prince Albert Grand Council. I also accepted this position due to my 2 terms at the municipal level of Stony Rapids, working with the provincial government. I'm very well versed in both the federal and provincial criteria and procedures. Friends and family, all these opportunities will be put in front of us. What are we going to do with it? If we haven't done it yet, that means we've got to learn more. We don't need to fight with anybody, but create unity with our neighbors, with our visitors that we invited in to come work with us. We need to remind ourselves the agreement that we agreed to when we signed a treaty. I've had the honor of traveling Canada in the last year to First Nations all across Canada. Thank you to my daughter who won the $1 million Canada's Got Talent. I'm honored to say that. My daughter has taught me that anything is possible, but mainly to stay real, Mom. And that's what I'm doing here today. I want to talk about all the good things we've done, but I don't have enough time. But I do know education is a priority. I do know that other events around us is a priority, but one thing I want to tell you who is the most important thing here is us. The Indigenous population here in Prince Albert, the Indigenous population all on Turtle Island. Friends and family, the way I see it, a lot of contracts have been made on our behalf, surface lease agreements, tripartite agreements, social service agreements. I ask myself, if I'm translating for my parents and they say they consulted with the Indigenous folks, I don't believe it was consulted with my parents because they still can't read and write. And we have an opportunity here to present our own thoughts on how our future should look by revisiting these agreements and having the right candidates to review it. We can no longer pretend we know what we're doing without the supports. We have very intelligent people within our communities. We're visual learners, but yet we're leaders. We were just not schooled. Don't let anybody tell you that you're not educated. You are very educated. It's just that some white man denied you education. That facility, which is called a school. That paper, which is called a diploma. Most of my diplomas in my career, we tested 51 students. Grade 12 graduates. And only one was at a grade 10 level, friends and family. We need to make sure that when we let a child leave our home, that they actually have a grade 12. Because by the time they get down south, nobody is going to pity us. If you don't have it, then they just tell you failed. We're done with that. We can design our own education so that it suits where we're at in our life. We need to look at who we are. I'm only speaking for myself and my children and your children and all of yous, but I can't say what's wrong unless you guide me to speak on that topic. But for myself, I'm an alcoholic. I haven't touched a drink in 32 years, but I still remind myself every day, I'm an alcoholic. Because tomorrow could be a bad day, and tomorrow I could be one of my families downtown hungry and homeless. Why? When we got billions of, we should be the richest people here in the world, especially northern Saskatchewan. Prince Albert has minerals we got minerals that should make us the richest. Why aren't we? Because we are allowing transit people to guide us. We're better than that, guys. Women, let's take over our control again and let's start working with our brothers, our sons, our dads. We need to create not just a woman's shelter. We need to create a man's shelter. We need to create housing for all our members, whether they're on or off reserve. We have members that are living down south that are homeless on the streets. I go to Saskatoon and I find my cousin's son asking me for $2. I just about cried. That's got to stop. And I know that I've been there. I know what it's like to be down south and have nobody to ask for help. We need to provide resources. We need to help each other, create unity amongst our First Nation right here on Turtle Island. Through my travels, I found out our treaty is not respected. Went into northern Quebec. They got paved roads right to their road. They don't even pay a power bill because Chief Diamond said, you want to use my land to go make money on power? Make sure my members never pay a power bill. Guess what? 2024, they've never paid a power bill. Why couldn't we do that here? Why can't we go downtown and build all of downtown again as Indigenous people? Be proud so that all our surrounding neighbors here in Prince Albert can be proud of Prince Albert. People talk about downtown being a ghost town, only because nobody has stepped up to say, let us take over Prince Albert. Let us make it be the hub of the Indigenous people so that everybody can appreciate who we are and be proud of who they are. Because guess what? Our children are going to feel what we feel. I know what it's like to say you don't want to be here no more. And I know what doors I had to take. And there's not many doors for our members up in the Athabasca region. We only have a counselor come here. What do you do for the next 30 days if you're only there for one day? So we have some really serious issues that we got to work on, friends and family. And let's develop our region as a whole. There's no more differentiating amongst each other because when we're hungry, we all feel the same. Let's start celebrating each other's success and utilizing each other's skills so that we are the labor market for tomorrow. Don't allow allowed to go pay somebody $1 million so that one of your own family members are going to be working for you and cleaning your floors? Let your family members be the managers, and that's the only type of agreements that we should be signing today. I request that you guys revisit all your agreements and redo it so that it's written for you. We're no longer gonna be crying and fighting over a lousy $120,000 a year. Marcy Cho, consider me for your next vice chief. Marcy.
Next, I will call up Nominator Chief Bart Tisani. Nominator for Joseph Smai Tisani.
Masi salutine. Today, I know 2 minutes is not a lot of time, but standing here before you 5 times nominating Joseph Smai Tisani, it's a rare honor. You know, Joseph Tisani has been a vice chief in the last, I know working for 42,000 people, 47,000 people is not easy, especially us, ourselves working for 2,000 people is a very hard job. And being a vice chief, whoever got in as vice chief has a big task to do. So I believe in Joseph Tisani that he can do lots. And also, you know, the biggest issue for me and for other First Nation is the policing. See what happened in our community. Who's doing anything? Only leadership and some staff are doing anything. People need to come up to the plate. So that's what Joseph Tisani is doing for our First Nation. Not just for that, but he also worked as and representing, you know, PAGC for the cleanup at the Gunner. And that is very important too, because there's a lot of people living in Athabasca region that needs to protect the land. And he's there for us to protect for our future generation. So tomorrow, as you go to the polling station, I ask you to vote and think and vote for Joseph Smai Tisani for another term. I believe in him, and he has a good heart, and he has speak Dene, and he knows how the tradition of, you know, the tradition of the people that we live in the north here. Salute in kabin benotni di polto tele di da lokisin holis kissing for the vice chief Joe to send me to kede masin with the creed on earth now city on the masi wave on wave.
Candidate Joseph Smai Tisani.
Masi Simon, Masi Silot in a do Janut Dilsi, did you host honey eat theatre? It's then deadline. It a new honor, two danly, besudi ho a. Nu had none get back an ill how nail teeth on Corilia, and nets and the senior doer. Nu had niece and nail out at two jeres at young odia, Celia, a Dunland and Nana Brad dealer. Nu had none in our stow, none it down low, couldn't early no hana style there. Coolidge at another I say, nu healthy daddy has soon illa. Quid and a nanny yarete a ni yard you need a sense than an easy, see either net illa. La then a hella gala dowla than a home than in a chile as in a yabidel no. Say chill, Aunt Nelly Huda says ni. Nella see there, la announced Esa, then a announced Esa Lakuli, outside than a haralani nani sote, Lakuli, Sianes Thanida, la hidi nila. La belle and his. Then a sunkination, then a casinasio, then a casin. Well, you are almost to done it in a sea, see the way you back an it. She's a bast is it. Ambitsini daruja den na thehu shinestan ilene. Sianestanu, den går der esluris inestan. Eilese. Suze kja nu halot inu altnedu. Suze kja e yajadi ya. Nu he dire nastera ele. Wel yun kurait e. Ja tchinezu sarau au don unda za nu henen gesiljare silja alla. Sillanest ele. Soll das na der Hund jetzt in die Naratze tchalgaduli de hon o sind in Naratze und du naratze kesa dirit khalgali I thera hil galdaza athanu hanil tla du athandit aude ni lobek yat hil galelet e hude ni lese kuli nado ase panani do asalya nu hanilla e hoyu kezi denne duanesten lesi lang kuli denne be Jesu wani denu se yaltide si di kont ea nu hanares naes chu Jordan lida nu test nu neo donelt o du diru na dua lanint a Jordan lidunt hanen ho alt en nu alt enint a hol ju hade der nado adasil tendit aurin chau e di siljada za nu ninen ja the e nen huru keda I begnal hurin cha di hilt side hurin cha den sun khineslin se chede nu kenen der the yena dauslinget ha sadanelt ut the yena daun hunla den sun khine daitlia tansi den daitlia e yithira ni hu chu budida za ja selo den nu des kja boha. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Joseph Tassani. I hold this drum. I acknowledge, first of all, I do acknowledge Senator Wadidika for the prayer and our drum groups that are helping with the drum song. I acknowledge the elders. I acknowledge the chiefs and council in the assembly. I acknowledge the delegates that are here. I stand here because my grandpa and our elders are telling me we are, the Dene people come from the Caribou. We hear about stories where we migrated. We were here. And the most important thing is protecting our treaty for me. Protecting our treaties for generations to come. I hold the drum because I was watching a former late Grand Chief's stories. He said he had a dream. He had a dream about the health and education. Our treaty right, most important thing. We are building a hospital here. A lot of times I feel like we're just tokens, nice painting on the walls. It's our treaty right. We have to have a more say into the hospital that is being built here. We know federal dollars go to the province and they dictate the money and how they want to serve our people. And Grand Chief Michel said, we don't live off the taxpayers. We live off the stolen land. That's our land, the monies that's being generated, and they're funneling that money through this hospital. We need to be there. We need to build that hospital to serve our people because they can't no longer be put in jail because they need services there. And the other one is, the very important is, the education that former Grand Chief Michel had talked about was that northern campus. It's our treaty right. I don't know why we're having a hard time getting that funding commitment from federal government to support our northern campus here. We're talking about education. That's a great opportunity. So I believe that, I don't come here and say, how do we do this? I come here with solutions. I'm a quiet person. I'm a reserve. I kind of keep to myself. And I observe and I try to find a path for our communities. And that's why I know on a weekly basis of getting calls about policing, we all know that. And I'm proud to champion, to move that forward. Our goal is somewhere down the road to make our own laws. We can make our own laws. We can. But we have to take baby steps. When it becomes legislated, we'll be ahead of the game. And I respect each First Nation with their autonomy, what they choose to do. We'll present that to you, you look at it, and you tell us what to do. So I think that's very community safety, and somewhere down the road, if elected again, we'll come together, review community safety model, not policing, community safety models. We developed that model, we just wrapped it up last month. We have that report, and I want to present that to you to look at it. We have a plan to deal with community challenges in our community. I want to share that. I brought in millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars for our communities. Over $300 million to clean up the Gunner Project. It's been abandoned since 1963. Contaminants, radiation flowing into our communities. Nobody has cleaned it up. I've done it. I've built that road into Hatchet Lake with the work with our communities. $72 million build that road. 40 years we've been trying to build that road since the mining companies came into our territory. We've built that road. It's going to be finished. This coming winter, they can be in the community, but next December, the road will be completed. And another area that I want to highlight is the TB outbreak in our communities. How many years have we been dealing with TB outbreaks? We want to take the federal government to court because of that, the neglect. I was successful the last 2 years. We're in our second year. With our northern communities, Pelican, we got them additional, those three, Fond du Lac, Black Lake, Hatchet Lake, and Pelican, additional $10 million for additional housing. And I've done that for the communities. So the next year, they'll get another additional $10 million for all these communities. So I believe I'm pretty valuable. I come to you as an honest person. I was pretty young, 12 years ago, that I came to this organization. I worked in association with the Grand Council for a very long time. And I want to continue to work. We have a plan. We're working on energy plans for our communities. We can be leaders in energy development. Not pipelines, I have a plan. We're already getting the rolling. We advertise for our community, for the job position. So tomorrow, council elders, we want to do more. Give me that opportunity to continue. We can't stop now. We have to make sure we're on the right track. If we go offside, we're going to lose years in the progress that we made. So with that, I'm a Dene guy, Dene person from Hatchet Lake. I believe in the drum. Born and raised in the community, I hunt fish with my people. I respect the women that we have, the Women's Commission. I give opportunities to the women every time I can, equal representation at all levels. So with that, friends, family, colleagues, I've known you for a very long time. I ask for your support tomorrow. When you go to the polling stations, I ask for your stamp of approval. I'm 48 years old. I still got lots of gas in the tank. Masicho.
Nominator, Chief Zachary Whitecap. For candidate, Frida Colleen Whitedeer.
Naskuman kapunap tagisga galsi a few words in Cree. Naskuman now anung kapunap tagisga gistaute pirutig. Hepewi askuna go kani país tamago agu teuchi at the pasca. We stawao. Utsto pumaga kawita skem tua kawichi tua kasitskat tua sagi we nigis. Heumen toitamag. Heumen I sino kan toima hoga ugmagani kan toima ka pentunagu agititainag. Heumen music. Koabma agititainag betagusig. Heuma kautsi egi pisko sto ho Frida. Hing toitag matikan kautinag naskuman egi pisko naskumagi. Papiatang ipisko tao. So with that, I just want to say that I'm grateful that Frida Whiteyear came to me and needed a second a nominator, and I agreed. We need to work together. We need to see the chiefs come to our community, and be with us, with our people and our children and our grandkids. We all need that. That's what we need from the leaders. So I just want to say I'm thankful that I nominated Frida to be the next Athabasca Vice Chief. We need that. We need a woman to be the next Vice Chief in Athabasca area. So Sanma, I just want to say, so come October 29, we need your support and also your vote to see a change in our system here in PAGC. A change is good for us as all First Nations here in Prince Albert Grand Council. So sama naskum nanuts naskum now. Tapo ka swim ko agisto kumachim nu. Yoksi, thank you. Okay. 2 minutes is not enough. Okay, 2 minutes.
The chief says 2 minutes is not good enough. He wanted to say some more. Candidate, Frida Colleen Whiteyear.
High enough. Okay, Glenate Tansei How. I guess we saved the best for last, right? Sizi Colina Thungaye Hushe Fondalaktani Susane Hisi Haruja Hare Marsi Noholini Arisi Nadario Hulaja Nide Suwa Ndeze, Baba Ndezu, Ndezu Marcy. My name is Colina Thungaye Whiteyear. I'm a member of the Fond du Lac Denislew First Nation, and I want to acknowledge the Creator for allowing each and every one of us to be here. It's a beautiful day. I want to acknowledge the land that we're on, my land, our land. To the elder for the opening prayers this morning, for lifting the prayers. And to my nominator, Chief Zachary Whitecap, and my seconder, thank you so much. And I guess people all day have been like, you're a pro, because I'm here 9 years later, asking for your support to be the next Athabasca Vice Chief. I promise I won't swear this time. When I came up here in 2015, I guess I accidentally swore. And yeah, so I want to start off by sharing a story with you. On September 11th, 2016, I had done a walk for missing and murdered Indigenous men. We walked from Prince Albert to the outskirts of Saskatoon, and we took a break for a couple weeks. We reconvened on September 12th. So September 11th, I was going to cancel it because I wasn't getting support from anybody. I wasn't getting any response from various First Nations organizations. And so I got home and I was about to cancel it. And when I logged into Facebook, I was going to update my status. There was an inbox there. And I sat there, I read it, and I was like, wow. I absorbed, I took in that email, and I thought, oh my goodness, like this is a sign. So I responded, and to my surprise, it was the sister of Colton Boucher. She had reached out to me and to join our family the next day. So I responded, and then they came the next day on September 12th. We had the media there, the police to escort us, and there was like maybe 20 of us. And, even though there was a small number, it was something that I can't explain. Like, there were so many things that happened during the walk, so many powerful things. And I'm sharing that because as, giving hope, my message is hope, having courage, and always moving forward, because many of us haven't lived an easy life. Like, we've all gone through struggles. We understand, like, I just want to ask the audience, like, by show of hands, how many people have a missing or murdered loved one? And how many people have lost a loved one in our healthcare system? And how many people have lost have a family member that's either locked up in the correctional or penitentiary? All these issues, they affect us all. We all know the issues. Now, how many of you have exes in the audience? Just kidding. Nobody? Come on, I know you guys are lying. I stand here knowing my story is part of many of you and thousands of others. We owe depth of our pain and the suffering of many of our ancestors who've had to endure living and fighting to survive a colonial state we call Canada. We are all connected as one, a nation that will prevail. They did not get rid of us, they tried. Colonization was meant to destroy us. But I'm here to say that it didn't destroy us. We are a thriving nation. We're uprising, and we are practicing our culture and traditional ways, and we point real deadly with our lips. I'm here because the Canadian government continues to give us broken promises with no action. We need more than just words and broken promises. Enough is enough. Settler colonialism perpetuates the ongoing organized violence. And for those of you that don't really, the organized violence, the doctrine of discovery was meant to destroy us. It was meant to destroy our people. It was meant to destroy our spirit. Having to go through what I've gone through, I completed my term as a band counselor for the last 3 years. I was elected in March 2021, and that was really challenging role. Like, politics is really a tough role for Indigenous women. And, there was times where I wanted to give up, but I stuck it through. It's tough. It's tough being in politics, and I commend all the women chiefs and the counselors. But one of the toughest things that I've had to do was raise my kids as a single mom. And that was really challenging because since I quit drinking 14 years ago, I quit drinking alcohol, quit drugs, quit smoking. I've had to go through so many things. I was homeless, and I lost my vehicle, and running into things like that. And despite that, my kids are okay. They turned out okay. I now have 2 kids who are attending university and 2 kids who play professional basketball. And, I did that, despite going through our trials and triumphs and falling over and, getting into all the struggles that a lot of our people have gone through. We need women in this position to stand up and to be strong. And I want to share another story. On May 1st, 2017, I was invited as a special guest to the legislative during Missing Persons Week. And Mr. Wyatt, the Minister of Justice at the time, he he had given open remarks before I did. And during this opening, he had mentioned that he was there for missing and murdered Indigenous family. His government was, all about the families and whatnot. And so, when it was my turn, I was there was like 100 people. I looked at Mr. Wyatt, and after talking about my brother's story, and I said, I respect what you say, and I commend you for everything that you've done, and respectfully, as I just want to say that when we arrived November 30th, 2016, at the legislative, his SAS party walked right by us. They didn't acknowledge us, didn't shake our hands or anything like that. And I said, your government completely ignored us. And I am a family member of missing. And I am a family member of missing and murdered. My brother was murdered in '98. My other brother has been missing since 2014. And I'm here, I want to push to have our men, because there are 4,000 missing and murdered Indigenous men. And the reason why a lot of people don't know that is because a lot of them are caught in the cracks. And we need to do more. We need to amplify their voices. And in 2016, I was the lowest point in my life, and I had thoughts of ending, and because I was on the verge of losing my place, losing my house, losing my car, and I did eventually, that did happen. And, playing out the thing in my head, that one day, I was literally going to do it, and then my son came around the corner, and I snapped out of it. And then I snapped out of it, and I had to fight to become a healthier person. Anyways, I'm here to be part of the PAGC family, which consists of 47,153 members, 12 chiefs, 91 councillors, 26 communities, 350 staff, 2,369 res dogs, and that's why you guys should vote for me to be the next Athabasca Vice Chief, because I went to the communities this past summer. I've been to the last 12 communities. I went to Red Earth, to Cumberland House, to Sturgeon Lake, to Stanley Mission, to Little Red, LaRange. I didn't make it to Sandy Bay. Sandy Bay came to me when they Marcy too. Marcy, thank you.
A big round of applause for all our candidates. Whoever's going to the Women Commission banquet, have a good time. Show your jigging moves. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., pipe ceremony. 9 a.m., we have an opening prayer. 10 a.m., polls will open. 12 o'clock, they will close. We'll have a lunch break after that, and then the results. With that, have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just a couple more things. If you want some potatoes, go to Betty's display. You get free potatoes there. And someone in the ladies' washroom lost their key to their hotel room.
What were you doing?
Fell out of your pocket or your purse. Key. Yeah. Yeah. We have a key, and go get potatoes. Kind of green, it says welcome guests. Chiefs, I'm saying that you could leave your bonnets here and they'll be safe. or take them. Ha-ho! Hi-hi. Pipe ceremony, 8 o'clock. Opening prayer, 9 o'clock. Polls will open at 10 o'clock. Keep that in mind. Polls will open at 10 o'clock. Polls will close at 12 p.m. Polls will close. You have 2 hours. Polls open at 10, they close at 12. We hope at 12:15 to start the results of the first ballot. And then lunch will be served. If further ballots are required, they will be held. I still have a key. Grand Chief says the bonnets are indeed safe here. The bonnets are safe here. I still have a key to a hotel room. I don't even know what hotel, it doesn't say. That's why I said it's kind of green. I looked for the hotel, it doesn't say. Anyway, if you lost it, I'm going to leave it right on the podium here. Right on the podium.